We'll turn this around. 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 We'll turn this around.
What is up, guys, and welcome back to Montreal for day 2 of the LZ World Tour. It's the second stop on the calendar before we head to Ireland in a couple of months' time, but we've got a lot of business to finish here in Canada, Montreal. How are you guys feeling? We're going to get everybody warmed up here today. We got the perfect thing to warm them up, Jacob, because we're starting the things off with the fantasy battles. Now, in normal competition, you got to wait years, sometimes months, to see the perfect battle line up. You don't have to do it here at the LZ World Tour. We just let you guys decide, the drivers decide, and the fans decide who we want to see. And that means that we can just pick anyone on the grid and say, hey, I'd like to see that car go against that car. And that is exactly what we've got. You can see the action coming in thick and fast from yesterday, as we had plenty of thrills, spills in our last chance top 16, and in the end it was Sean Booth and Colette Davis in the final, and I gotta say it was really entertaining. We really enjoyed it, and of course that's a chance for all those drivers to get back into the main event today, where they took up the remaining 3 places in the top 16. And I'll tell you one thing, I was excited start to finish, Jacob. There was some great driving, and we didn't expect it. We thought we might see it might be later in the competition, but we got it really early. Yeah,
I mean, from start to finish, the warm-up battles, I don't know, get back in battles, I don't know if we got a name for it at this point, but they were all phenomenal, and it led to, as you said, Sean Booth, Colette Davis, and Duarte all coming in and getting their spots to be able to battle today. And like you said, those were just the warm-ups, and now today we have something a little bit different, the fantasy battles, so...
Yeah, well, this is what we do is we take the drive. We basically went to we have a WhatsApp group for the drivers, and we say, hey, who wants to call out who? There was a lot of smack talk in there.
It was.
You have to decide. You got to weed through all the comments, and you go, oh, there's a lot of heated debates in here of who's better, who's going to win on the day. So they get to call each other out. We got some amazing battles coming up. You guys are going to know. We're going to have a little bit of a story beforehand, because obviously every time we call one out, we're going to know that it's been a bit of a grudge match that's been discussed behind the scenes. And the first one up is going to be Adam LZ against Jimmy Oakes. They've done plenty of these fantasy battles, and our best friend Cerise caught up with them earlier on because they were talking some smack in the pits.
All right, folks, so for this fantasy battle, we had to go with French Canadian against French Canadian. Now, who here do you think has the better car?
I think we have 2 different cars, even if they look the same, because he has a 2JZ, I have the big V8, so it's going to be a very nice battle, even if it's going to be 2 very different songs. So the people in the stands, they're going to be able to see the difference with him and myself.
If there's one thing that you could change on his car, what would it be?
Comment tu as dit ça?
So, s'il y a une affaire qu'on peut changer sur ma voiture, qu'est-ce que ça serait?
Mettre un 2 Gisèle? Non.
Pas le 2JZ. Pas le 2JZ, of course.
Ah, il est fan de V8, lui. C'est selon... On a toutes nos préférences, mais moi, j'ai jamais aimé vraiment les V8. Puis Tommy, il roule ça depuis les débuts. Fait que c'est comme 2 mentalités différentes de chauffer des autos. Il y en a un qui c'est... Comment on pourrait dire? T'as moins de battage d'auto dans l'auto à faire moins de manœuvres. Puis l'autre, c'est plus smooth. Puis il y en a un qui c'est plus hard un petit peu. Ouais.
I actually totally agree. Yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So basically he said, my car, you just go full gas. His car, you have to play with the clutch, play a lot. So you guys are going to tell us what you like.
All right, guys, root both of them on. I mean, honestly, utter gentlemen right in front of me here. So I'm excited to see you battle it out. Don't go easy.
Of course. And you guys need to know, he's the MCC champion, like 2 times.
That shows. You've been driving very consistently all weekend. And did you figure out your car issues?
Huh? I have a little problem. ça va être réglé pour la compétition.
Exactly, it's going to be fixed. And I'm one-time DMCC champion. So let's see who's the big DMCC champion here.
Let's go, guys. Put it in the comments. Who's going to win this one?
Thank you.
All right, guys. I am here with Adam LZ and Jimmy Oaks. We have another fantasy battle coming at you hot. Are you going to bring the baby?
What, in the car? No.
All right, so how do you guys feel? You guys kind of always have a moment where you go up against each other. Who's going to win this one?
You know, I've always had the fantasy of doing a battle with Jimmy on live television, you know, for the longest time.
Yeah.
So we've never driven together, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens.
You've never driven together?
No.
What? Yes, same thing. You've never.
This will be our first lap. We've been really close friends for, I don't know, 15 years.
Well, we have this like rule where we don't drive together.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, does it just keep the friendship better that way?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And what do you have to say? How do you think about your dad's driving? Oh my God, I just absolutely melted. All right, guys. So if there was one thing that you could take out of each other's car, what would it be?
Like take out to help them or to hurt them?
You're in a fantasy battle, so like, what would you do to win?
I would put a G-force in Jimmy's car for him. That's what I would do. Not to win, but just, you know, I hated seeing my boy go out on a mechanical yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. And how about
I
you?
feel like that. I would take about 300 to 400 horsepower out of Adam's car, maybe a little bit of grip, and we'd be straight.
Grab the laptop. You get.
No.
Go for it. Do it.
I like my rods. It's all right.
No. Take the 400 out of mine.
It's okay.
No, do it.
They're talking tuner stuff now, and I'm lost. Either way, this baby is adorable. These guys are going to have a great battle. Put it in the comments. Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be Adam LZ or Jimmy Oaks? Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. They are on track. Jimmy Oaks, Adam LZ. Montreal, are you ready for some fantasy battles? The crowd are ready. We're ready. And here we go. It's going to be Adam LZ to lead, Jimmy Oaks to chase, and this is going to be 2 runs, and at the end of both runs, everybody here in attendance is going to be deciding who wins. It's a crowd vote, so keep your eyes on the blue and black car on your screens. LZ goes wide, Jimmy goes shallow into that first corner, and look at this, Jimmy Oaks up on the door of Adam LZ, cut a little track to make up for that horsepower deficit, but right up in his business as Jimmy Oaks flexing. Oh, and an overtake from Jimmy Oaks as Adam LZ switches into the chase and chases Jimmy Oaks to the end. I don't know what's going on, Jacob, but they're putting on a show.
I think Jimmy Oaks might have done an engine swap and everybody missed it because he kept up through that entire run. And I mean, if that wasn't ballet, I don't know what was. That was absolutely beautiful. Take a look here at Jimmy Oaks keeping up with Adam right off that initiation. Does go very, very shallow through this section. And then we see Adam start to put on the power, but Jimmy not letting him get out of his sight as they start to push through into our transitioning area. And right here, you can see Jimmy go for the lunge and a perfect, absolutely beautiful Ebizu style pass as they come through out towards the wall. I don't know if it was planned. I don't care if it was planned. It was awesome.
I'm going to say that was pre-rehearsed, but I'm all for it because it was a lot of fun. It's a fantasy battle, remember. We will know, though, if we make the same switch on the second half of the battle that it is pre-planned, because I think that could be a possibility. And then the crowd are going to have to decide who wins, because the judges, even if they were judging it, would not know what to make of that. Because and
there's a legal pass.
They're up here sighing a breath of relief, because that would make no sense whatsoever in the judging. But we're going to have Jimmy Oaks in the lead, Adam LZ in the chase. Then you guys here in Montreal are going to decide who has won the fantasy battle. Keep your eyes peeled, because this one's going to be exciting from the off. Adam LZ chasing in Jimmy Oaks into that first corner.
Let's see here, Jimmy out front, good initiation. Adam right on his door, flexing all the horsepower as we see them push to that first outside zone. Jimmy Oaks doing a great job, while Adam on the throttle the whole time. As we come through the transition, are we doing the same thing? We are! Adam passes Jimmy, Jimmy goes wide as they start to come out towards the wall. Big round of applause here for Adam LZ and Jimmy Oaks.
You know, I've been in this sport for 10 years and I've seen some things. I didn't see that thing before, because that's a new thing. The overtake on the last corner on both runs, putting on a show for the fans. Montreal, give it up for Adam LZ and Jimmy Oaks.
If we see this introduced in Drift Masters, we know where it came from.
I'm not saying they created it, but I don't feel there's copyright on this. So you got to switch, you got to pass at a certain point. Jimmy goes wide, Adam goes, and you watch Adam on the left foot brake, allowing Jimmy to get back into the battle to get close. And that's all for the fans as they roll in front. That was awesome to watch. And I love the little pre-rehearse. It's like a little, as you know, like working together when you're having a battle is so much more entertaining than trying to compete, right? So we're going to get into Cerise, who's on the track. Cerise, some entertaining stuff from Jimmy Oaks and Adam LZ.
That is what we expect when we say fantasy battle. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for these two drivers, please. One time. That was so cool. All right, you caught me off guard. Okay, mister, I've never driven with this man before. So that was definitely not planned. No way.
No, I went super wide on that first corner. I think Jimmy just saw an opportunity and
He just went for the attack, and I felt, I had to give him the opportunity too,
Absolutely. Absolutely. What friendship, honestly. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to the LZ World Tour, this is your time to shine. You are going to decide which of these two drivers takes the fantasy battle win, okay? I am going to start with the host himself. Get those voice boxes ready. Do you think that it was Adam LZ? Okay, all right. Or was it Jimmy Oaks? Ah, I think Mr. James, Mr. New Dad himself wins it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
So Jimmy Oaks gets the win, and the crowd in his corner, maybe, thinking it was pretty cool to see two cars overtaking. We haven't seen anything like that before on the LZ World Tour. So a lot of entertainment here in the fantasy battle. I like it.
Yeah, I like
because they're kind of working together, and we don't know what they're thinking or doing.
The real winners are the fans. Let's be honest
Absolutely.
here. That was the goal there, was just to put on the best show possible, and why not, right? Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Just throw it in hard and, throw a pass in there. Why not?
Couple of burnouts before they leave, and this place is absolutely rammed, absolutely packed. The conditions are perfect. It is sunny, it is hot. Everybody's having some fun out there, and Adam LZ and Jimmy Oaks get away from the fans as they head back into the paddock. We will see both drivers back out for more fantasy battles very shortly with some other interesting opponents. As we move next on to our, what we call the practical battle.
The French connection.
The battle of the wagons. So we have got an interview with Josiah Falaise and Jason Farron. We caught up with them before this battle, and both were arguing how much shopping could you fit in their drift car.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now the battle of the dad wagon coming at you. How we got Jason Farron, Josiah Falaise. Gentlemen, who do you think has the better dad wagon?
I got the back seatbelts. We should have thrown a couple people inside during the battle. That's what I was saying earlier.
Did I see Eli in there earlier too?
He was
Saw a
in there.
short little helmet.
Yeah, you could barely see over the door, but he was in there.
Jason, what do you think about that?
I'm pretty sure I could fit a lot more groceries without the back seats in there, so who knows?
Okay, so I'm kind of getting like a mom and dad thing going on now. All right, sick. So what are we looking at for power difference? You just told me that you have a pretty stock-powered BMW. What about you? Not so much.
All the power.
Yeah, okay. So you think you got him?
Well, all power comes with zero grip sometimes.
More power comes more responsibility.
Yeah.
That's it, and I'm copping that this weekend for sure. All the issues.
All right, I want everybody to put it in the comments. Who do you think is going to win? Are we going to have Jason Farron from Australia or Josiah Falaise from Canada? Let's go. Let's figure it out.
All right, so when you have kids and people say, you need to go get yourself a practical family wagon.
Is it?
They technically did, to be fair, get two practical family. Then they put a 2JZ in it and a bar in it, made it into a drift car and all that good stuff. But here we go. It's going to be Jason Farron from Keep It Reet in Australia to lead in Josiah Falaise from FDF Race Shop. Battle of the Wagons. Here we go.
Mr. Keep It Reet doing a good job getting all the groceries slammed to the back of Josiah. Doing a good job following in behind, getting ready to take the kids to soccer. As we transition through here, we see both of those power wagons sliding in. Josiah goes for the dive as he starts to push wide for our last inside clip. And will they crush the gigantic rear end of those cars? No, not yet. Maybe on the next one.
Maybe on the next one. You don't want to turn a wagon into a hatchback on this track. You don't want to do it because that's a bad time.
No, not a good time.
Really good driving for both of the guys, though. And as I said, a little bit shallow on the initiation from Jason Farron, but Josiah, he's got a 2JZ in that BMW, but it's kind of stock power, about 400 horsepower. And, not got the pace to stay with Jason. Jason's car, a full-on fire-breathing pro car, which he brought all the way from Australia to a U.S. tour this year. If you want to check out the tour, go to Keep It Reet. And you can check out their YouTube videos. You can check out everything that they're doing. And then in another switch, Josiah Falaise is competing in Drift Masters in Europe. So the Canadian goes to Europe, the Australian goes to America, and we don't know where. And then all we end up with is two wagons in Canada. So yeah. it makes sense. Drifting.
Canadians are known as the Australians of the North, so this does make sense.
The Australians of the North.
Yeah, of course.
Really? Is that a thing?
Yeah, no, for sure.
There you go. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's two wagons, can't stay in their own country, have to keep going drifting all over the world.
Basically the same guy.
Exactly. So there you have it. We've got I don't even know what we have. Do we have something?
Another battle,
Another
Dave.
battle. Excellent. Here we go. So now Jason Farron jumps off the line. Josiah Falaise in the lead position. This is just for fun, remember, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Josiah running up against the wall. Jason Farron now should have the power here to reel in Josiah Falaise. As he does, up onto the bumper he goes. This is where Jason's going to start making those dives down the infield. Late dive, Jason Farron gets up close and personal, right up onto the door of the ICAR Brake Shop E46. And look at that, putting a tire mark on Josiah Falaise's BMW, hand out the window. That's what it's all about, having some fun in the sun.
Love it, absolutely love it, and I mean this is what we came here for. I mean, don't get me wrong, the battles later on are great, but this is what I signed up for this weekend. So I'm gonna go home after this. But Josiah out front doing a great job. I mean, he does not drive this car all that often. I mean, I'm not sure if Reed does, drives this much either, but either way, both drivers looking like they're absolute experts, and they were basically born in the back seats of those cars. So amazing to see.
100% Jason Farron said, I'm not leaving here without a tire mark on the car, and he did exactly that as they take it across the line. Montreal, give it up for Jason Farron and Josiah Falaise.
All right, everybody, if you love a wagon, please give it up. Who here likes wagons? Awesome. Oh my God, the proximity on those two runs was pretty incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two father figures in front of you battling it out for the Battle of the Dad Wagon. Now, how are you guys feeling about that run? Was that what you expected?
That was much better than what we did in practice, 100%.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this one more time, and then some times after that too. Who do you think won this? Let's start with the native, okay? Was it Josiah Falaise? Or was it the Aussie man himself, Jason Farron? All right, everybody, give it up for Jason Farron. Congratulations, guys. Great show.
Jason Farron getting the win. I think it was that door tap. It's got to be the door
I think
tap.
so,
We got some
yeah.
educated fans here today. They're like, I am approving of the door tappage that was happening on the last corner. That is another point in my book. So Jason Farron gets the fantasy battle win as he moves on to nothing because he's not in the competition anymore.
Yep.
So he moves on to a beer in the grandstands. That's where he moves on to. So I think we're going to see if that car is working, quite the burnout on the way out here from Jason Farron, I believe. And never disappoints.
No, are Australians known for burnouts, Dave? I've never heard of this.
No, Australians are very adverse to burnouts. They disapprove. They say they always leave every event quietly, graciously.
Politely.
Yeah, always put tons of silencers and mufflers on their cars.
Right.
And this is very uncharacteristic to see Jason Farron absolutely lose his mind and do some big burnouts. I mean, at the LZ World Tour, which was hosted by Jason Farron's Keeper Reed back in last November, he did this in his own brand new workshop and destroyed his own workshop alongside Adam LZ and Mad Mike, and it was I think they were still picking rubber out of the cups of tea there for about 6 months afterwards. So Jason Farron putting on a great show for the fans here in ICAR near Montreal, and we move on to our next battle. And this next battle is going to be Lee Yearwood and oh, my mistake, we've got almost skipped ahead. We've got two championes.
Your French is getting so good.
It's very bad. I apologize profusely to everybody.
You almost said mushroom because you were going to say champignon.
Is champignon? Champignon is a mushroom, right? The two biggest mushrooms in Canada are on the line. We have DMCC current champion and ex-DMCC champion, two Canadian champions in Kevin Moran and the current champion, Tommy Lemaire. They were saying that one's got the V8, one's got the 2J. They both got the attitude to go out here and put on a stormer of a run. Represent your people, Jacob.
I know,
Here they
all
are.
French battle.
Here's your
Great.
best of the best right now in a fantasy battle.
So Tommy Lemaire out front in that beautiful S chassis, followed by Kevin Moran in another beautiful S chassis. Tommy going hard on initiation. Kevin not letting him get too far out ahead. Tommy straightens a little bit to get some more distance on Kevin, who is just hunting him down as they transition back out. Great job, Kevin Moran holding it on. Well, Tommy Lemaire puts the power down. Kevin is right there the whole time. Damn, that transition.
Whoa. This is for fun. This is for fun.
No one told them that.
Stop them immediately. They need to go battle later on. They can't be out there just doing that. I would have taken that as a final, to be honest. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Two guys who've obviously driven together quite a bit, a lot of trust there. This transition from Kevin was, I would say, death-defying. Watch this. He comes through at so much pace. Boom! Back bumper, holds it up onto the door. Tommy Lemaire is like, cannot shake this guy as he goes around the last corner. That's impressive. Really impressive driving. Canada very proud of their two heroes, their current and ex-champion of DMCC, putting on a show, showing you why they are the champions. And I think Tommy Lemaire will probably say, you know what, guys, that was too much. I think we need to tone it back a little bit. Everybody's got too excited. Let's leave some car lengths. We got some more battles coming later today. So I'm going to expect Tommy Lemaire here just to back off and do absolutely no chasing whatsoever. I think he'll be fine.
Kevin Martin out front, Tommy Lemaire following in behind. Tommy now showing Kevin what he's got. As he comes through that first outside zone, Tommy's holding in. Now will he pull the same move in transition? Tip to tail as we come through, and Tommy grips up, starts to push in. This is where we expect Mr. Lemaire to really start to shove into the side of Kevin Martin. And a great job from both these drivers. There it is.
There it is, the
There it
360 wild out of control finish. And that was fun. That was fun to watch, which is the whole point of this, is that these two guys kind of, you know, you got your 2023 champion, your 2022 champion, having a little bit of smack talk, settling on the track, right, with the fans deciding the winner. And I love this transition from Lemaire. He sort of dives here, and then just at the last second, woof, up onto the door he goes. And very impressive stuff from both of these guys. That was really cool. Look at that, Tommy Lemaire getting as close as you can without leaving some marks.
Let's throw it down to Cerise to interview both these drivers. Cerise, how's your French going? How are you doing on the translations?
Let's give it up, everybody! Is it getting hot in here, or is it just my vest? I'm extremely hot right now. Okay, gentlemen, well done, well done, well done. All right, let's do this in French. I don't matter. Let's talk to the crowd. That was fantastic. We have two DMCC champions, current or former. How did you think about that run against Kevin?
I think it was awesome run. Kevin is always so consistent. I know I can throw a heater and go full gas, and that's just what we did today for the fans.
Tommy, ça a toujours été mon rival ici. C'est pas mal le gars qui évolue le plus vite au Québec. Puis ça me fait toujours plaisir de me pogner avec parce que c'est une machine, ce gars-là. C'est la future vedette, ça.
I feel like that was really wholesome. All right, guys, here you go. One more time. We have, let's do DMCC current champion. Was it Mr. Morin? Mr. Morin? Or do we have Tommy? Let's do it one more time because I messed that up. Was it Kevin? Or was it Tommy? We're gonna go ahead and give it to Tommy. Well done. Good job, gentlemen.
Well, there you have it. It is going to be Tommy Lemaire getting the crowd vote. And a little disappointed he didn't do the backflip there. We all want to see the backflip.
He'll just win later on.
He only does the backflip when he wins.
Yeah,
so
that's what I've heard.
I'm just having a word with the judges here. So we want Tommy Lemaire to win because he does a backflip off the roof of the car when he wins. Oh, sorry, the mic's still on. The mic's still on. Sorry. No, yeah, it's totally fair. No, it's just it's all open. French judges know nothing about the backflip.
No.
But yeah, so this is going to be fun to see these guys back in action later on, top 16. And that's when the smiles turn to, well, they're probably still going to be smiles, to be fair. But they're going to...
Tommy, stop smiling.
At least stop smiling. I didn't stop smiling since I met Tommy Lemaire. That was about 2 years ago. The man has been smiling since and winning since, so it's a good tactic. If you're in good form, you're in good form on track too. How's everybody doing in Montreal? You guys having a good time? Yes. See some people melting into the ground there. It's very warm here today. And we got another very, very interesting fantasy battle coming up. We got Lee Yearwood in the RB30. Two RBs in two cars that RBs did not come in, but more so in the BMW of Lee Yearwood. That RB30 is incredible build in that car. And then Sean Booth in the Breezy S15. Top spot yesterday in the last chance top 16. Now he's calling out his good friend Lee.
Lee out front in that beautiful BMW with Sean Booth comes in that breezy S15, doing a great job through our first outside zone. And Sean Booth trying to paint the side of it, hand over a drink through the window. It looks like great dive there from Sean Booth. Well, Lee Yearwood doing a great job out front. As Sean now, there it is, puts his hand out the window to throw him a breezy.
I mean, you can't give Sean Booth nice things.
No.
Because he got a nice car this week. He just crashed into Lee Yearwood twice there for no reason.
Yep.
No reason. And then Lee Yearwood, of course, absolutely delighted because he said, that's great, and he gave him a thumbs up. So come crash into my car, the theme of that battle. And Sean Booth doing exactly that. And that was one of the best chase runs we've seen on this layout. I think Sean Booth is going to be a dangerous competitor in that top 16 because he's done more battles than anybody yesterday, and now he looks more and more confident. Just so smooth. Now here's the contact. Sean goes, am I close enough? Am I close enough? Now I am. Thumbs up. Did I hit you? Yeah, I might hit you again. So that's the first half of the battle. Can Lee Yearwood now get all up in his business? We're about to find out. We don't have to wait because it's going to do it right now.
It's right now.
Fantasy battle, Lee Yearwood getting a good old run in here on Sean Booth, as Booth will now be in the lead position. Remember, you guys here in attendance are going to decide the winner, so can Lee Yearwood impress you on the second run? Let's see what happens.
Sean Booth, big initiation to our first outside zone. Hand already out the window, just started the run. Showing Lee Yearwood that he can do this entire lap one-handed if he wants to as they transition back out. Now, will Lee return the gift? Will he re-gift him by kissing the side of that breezy S15? Not quite, but hands out the window, all for the fans.
Gotta say, Sean Booth's car, very fast.
Very quick.
Very quick car around here. He's not using any more wheel speed than he needs to, which means he's got good grip on those Accelera 651s. And remember, everybody, if you're just joining us, everybody's on the same tire. They're all on Accelera 651s, which you can get from Tire Streets. And I'll tell you what, Tire Streets giving everybody the tires. This is the first series in history where Tire Streets have come on board, give everybody the same tire, so we get the best battles possible. Also an amazing tire that lasts a very long time, too.
And if you want your own Accelera 651s, head over to tirestreets.com/LZ World Tour. Take a look, sign up, get your discount direct to your door.
I might enter, because I need some Acceleras in my life, because they're getting some amazing grip and laps out of them here on circuit. We'll go down to Cerise. Cerise is with Lee Yearwood and Sean Booth. How are they feeling after that fantasy battle?
Let's go, everybody. Battle of the RBs. What you think about that one, huh? All right. Now, this is a good time to remind you all that while you are here during the fantasy battle, all of these drivers are competing for these beautiful trophies right behind us here that'll light up on the wall. Eye on the prize, gentlemen, okay? Now, who do we think won this one? Let's go with Mr. Lee himself. How do you think Lee did? That one hurt my feelings. And what do we think? And what do you guys think? Was it Sean Booth? You guys picked favorites too easy. Congratulations, Sean. Let's go, guys.
So there you have it. We move on to the next set of fantasy. But I'll tell you what, this is fun because it's warming up a lot of the drivers for those top 16 main event battles later on. Look at this, Sean Booth pumping up the crowd. Montreal, we want to hear you make some noise today. Everybody out there doing a little bit of entertaining, and that's what it's all about. And Sean Booth and Lee Yearwood lead. Absolutely. Oh, here we go. There could be a massive crash if this goes wrong. Some dangerous donuts here.
Happens.
Had some of those this morning at Tim Hortons.
Ooh, but
yeah.
so good.
So we can move on. Sean Booth giving it a little wave to the fans as he goes back. Lee Yearwood, I'll tell you what, I'm just liking the way these guys are lining up for that top set. I mean, this is for fun. They're going to go another 10-20% when it comes to the real thing in the main event. It just gives you guys a chance to see everybody's form before we head any further. We got another set of fantasy battles lining up. And of course, it is going to be Colette Davis lining up and Adam LZ. So this is what we call couples therapy. So this is a very healthy way. So if you are having any disagreement, you can always just get very high horsepower drift cars in front of thousands of people and settle your differences by people basically cheering for whether you're right or wrong.
Might be cheaper than counseling, Dave.
It might be. Adam LZ in the lead position, Colette Davis in the chase, and Colette's going to come for the win here for sure.
This battle here all about who is going to do the dishes. Adam LZ out front. And Colette showing him, no, you need to load the dishwasher as they transition, and Adam running away from the giant mound of pots and pans, but Colette telling him, we only use Cascade, stop using the other bottle. And Adam getting across the line.
You know what? Interesting. I think it's very hard to say who's going to be taking out the trash in the next week. I think this is going to be time. I got to say, though, very good drive. Colette, she went on the inside to make sure that the proximity was there, and it was. But Adam going wide. I'll tell you one thing, Adam's car is very hooked up. It looks very fast around this circuit. And Colette, although she got to the final yesterday, avoiding a direct battle with Adam LZ in the main event top 16. But unfortunately for Duarte Viana, that's where he's sitting. But then owner of LZ MFG going up against the co-owner of Drift HQ.
Yep.
It's all compound on compound. So that's going to be very interesting to watch. That's the first battle of our main event top 16. So that's really exciting. As we now move on to the second half of this one, you guys enjoying this? Colette and Adam on circuit here in ICAR. Give them a little cheer as they go by. Colette in the lead, Adam in the chase. Can Adam get up close and personal and take home the win here in the fantasy battle? Oh, Adam LZ almost makes contact on initiation. Oh, and a spin from Adam LZ. I think he made it was too hot a move. He went in there and he had to back out. No such issues for Colette Davis as she fires across the line. You know what? As they say, I mean, just to push, it's too hot, get out of the kitchen. And I think Adam was trying to run away there from all the responsibility around the house.
Yeah, I would do the exact same thing. So let's take a look here at the replay. Colette out front, Adam following in behind, and look at how close he got there on the initiation, then scrubs a bunch of speed. Now Colette almost looks like she checks up a little bit, and Adam has to lock it up and spin, but she got back on throttle, so.
Hey, all I see is someone spinning out.
That's all I see.
That's all I see. That's Mr. LZ.
Yeah.
So let's see which way it doesn't matter what happened. It doesn't matter what the judges think. It matters what you guys in attendance think. Because Adam LZ and Colette, whoever's going to get the win, it's going to be you guys here in attendance who are going to decide it. Cerise, how are they feeling after that one?
Well, that was a battle that we were all waiting for, yes? I don't know. I feel like Adam both just got good boyfriend points and then also got style points. So this is gonna be interesting. Everybody take a good look. Oh, Adam, did you do that on purpose?
I swear I didn't. If I spun on purpose, she would never let me live it down.
I feel like that's true.
Yeah, I was trying hard to catch up, and I think I dove a little bit too hard and locked up the fronts, and you got me.
Even the greats make mistakes, but this great, I didn't see a single one, if you ask me.
My entry was a little weird, but if he's going to say that he messed up on purpose, I'll take it. So that was awesome. I'm trying to do new setup on the car, so I guess it's working. I don't know.
I think that was a great show regardless. Thank you so much, both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to vote. We're going to vote just for technicality purposes, right? Was it Adam LZ? Was it Colette Davis? Well done, thank you both.
Well, there was definitely no need for a revote there. Anyway, I think there was one guy in the car park that cheered for Adam and everybody else in attendance for Colette. So they're educated fans. They know what happened.
I am getting an email here, Dave. I think we're going to have to change the name of this entire tour to the Colette World Tour.
Colette World Tour. I can get on board with that.
Yeah, so can I. So
bring a little sunshine around the world. That could be the tagline.
Ooh,
yeah, I like that. So we're going to see both drivers, Colette and Adam, back in action for the top 16 main event. And they're going to just say, you know what, there's a little bit of our Accelera 651s left. Let's just burn them off for your entertainment. One more time, Montreal, make some noise. How cool is this? You just get to see couples out there drifting, you get to see friends out there drifting, people from Australia, from all over the world. This is what it's all about, mixing it all in the pot, making some entertainment for you guys watching at home and you in attendance here. Oh, we got a fire on the back of Adam LZ's car. So we have a fire on the back of Adam's car, so he's going to make his way as quickly as he can to a fire marshal. Looks like the tire has set something on fire on that car.
Where's Adam O'Connor when you need him?
Yeah, so we need to, it looks like a tire, some rubber just ignited on the back of the car.
Adam is out safe and sound, so that's nice.
Yeah, it looks to me like the car may have extinguished itself. It was just we call it a tire fire, which means that it's the rubber that's inside the inner arch on the back of the car. It gets maybe a little hot, and then you might have the exhaust flame or something that just licks on it. But we'll have a little inspection just to see. 2 events in a row, Adam LZ has set his E36 on fire, doing burnouts, and I think maybe the third time might not be so clever. So you can see here the back of his car, flames erupting from the back of the E36. Yeah, it looks like it's just in that inner wheel well.
Gotta clean that out sometimes. Yeah.
And again,
It's
remember,
like the dryer vent.
a lot of rubber being thrown out of these cars as well. So luckily, no major issues, I would imagine, with that car. Just, guys, give it up one more time for our fire response. Adam LZ and everybody here in attendance, keeping things safe on track. We don't want to see any cars or people harmed, and I think in this case it looks like the car is okay. It'll probably drive back under its own power. They'll have a little check over it, make sure it hasn't singed any wiring or anything like that. And it looked to me like there's no such thing as a good fire, but there's one that doesn't spread. So that was good. That was fortunate. And what I'd like to see here is that the health and safety guys straight out to react. And Adam actually doing a very clever thing there, which is driving to the fire truck, which is another way of doing things.
Race cars are often faster than fire trucks.
Yes, exactly. So you'll see it happen quite a bit where they want to respond as quick as possible. And luckily, everything is off the track. It looks like the car. One more time, give it up for Adam LZ, everybody. We're good. We're good.
We're good.
Very warm out here. So there's a lot of pressure on the drivers and on the cars too. A lot of heat. Very beautiful weather, but when you're in a race suit and you're in a race car, it can get pretty warm. So next up, we have got two very, very interesting BMWs. You got TomTom. He's in that 1 Series, but he's got a V10 from an M5. You're not going to mistake the noise. And you got Duarte in his M3. Absolutely beautiful. He's on 2-piece Kansai wheels, custom made for that car. They look beautiful. So we are going to send them off the line. This is going to be TomTom versus Duarte from Drift HQ. You guys ready? Here we go. TomTom in the lead, Duarte in the chase. No point talking too much over this one because it's a screamer. TomTom's car goes fast into that first corner. Sounds like 90s Formula 1 in front of me here.
Sorry, I just got caught listening for a second. It's beautiful sound there, TomTom out front with Duarte. Following in behind, will Duarte ruin that perfect paint job? Would he like to see some of his own color on his own logo on the side of the car? Dang, that sounds so good.
That's ridiculous.
So good.
I'm not sure. We talked about it yesterday that you've got NA rotary or V10. Tough to decide what is the most beautiful NA note. I think like you got to probably say V10 and 4 rotor.
Yeah.
That's like your two. That's peak noise right there.
Yeah,
peak noise.
I agree.
But TomTom's car, it's funny because it doesn't look like it would make that sound. That's the thing about that car. When you see it and you hear it, it doesn't seem to match up because you put this huge engine in this small little coupe and you get a pretty good package because he's also made it through to the top 16.
Yep.
So here we go. It is going to be Duarte in the lead position. Finished 3rd yesterday in the last chance top 16. And then he goes up against TomTom in that 1 Series. Who's ready for this one? Here we go. Duarte to lead him in.
See, TomTom got caught sleeping on the line. Duarte flipping the banners up on that initiation right on the wall. Now can TomTom use every single cylinder in his pocket to catch back up with Duarte. Cuts a bit of line there to transition as they go to the outside zone. Now TomTom back in the fight. But Duarte starts to line it up. Don't scratch those convents. Oh, thank you.
We're home and dry. There's no.
Yeah, wow.
Duarte's car has survived another battle. Everybody was worried. He said himself, he was like, it's too nice. But then he said he touched the wall yesterday and went, all the gloves are off. It's used now.
There are now zip stitches on the outside of the vehicle.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Once you open the package,
you don't have to worry about anything then. It's all good.
Yeah. It's like opening the box of shoes. Once you put them on the first time, that's it.
Exactly.
Value's gone.
Also, just notice, very Drift HQ battle. You got Drift HQ on the side of TomTom's car, and you've got no Drift HQ on the side of Duarte's, who owns Drift HQ. So he's also co-promoting here, which is quite nice. All Drift HQ battle. One more time, guys. Get it to Duarte and TomTom.
What an incredible battle. Honestly, battle of the BMWs. You got TomTom with his V10, which was gnarly. And we have Duarte himself with the M3. Now, how does this feel going against the guy that basically takes care of your car?
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm waiting this moment for my whole life. What do they put him?
I got to ride in the car earlier. I know it was gnarly. I know that you always throw down. Great show.
Thank you, thank you. She's super gripped up. Tommy's an excellent driver. It's amazing to be here to be able to drive with him. He's been such great help for us all year long. And ladies, he's single.
Oh! Hit him up in the DMs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, You're doing great. All your drivers are doing great this weekend. Well done. Love the car. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who do we think won this? Was it Tom Tom? Not bad. Or was it Duarte? What do you think? One more time. Let's do it for the one more time. Was it Tom Tom? Hey! Or was it Duarte? That was a good idea. Everybody give it up for Tom Tom. Thank you, gentlemen.
Tom Tom gets the win and gets the best Tinder push I've ever heard from Duarte. Handsome man. But you couldn't go on a date with him because you'd hear nothing because of the V10 all the time. It would just be sign language.
Real hard to have a heart-to-heart conversation with
just screaming V10 noises.
Yeah, a little tough.
Have you ever seen that meme of someone leaning over to a girl in a club and talking in her ear? He'd be like, and the BMW M5 engine is the best engine of all time. And that might ruin it, but you know.
I mean, given this crowd, that might be the best pickup line.
You never know.
Yeah.
So Tom Tom gets the win in the fantasy battle in that crazy little 1 Series coupe.
Yeah.
It just sounds like an F1 car on a dyno, is what it sounds like.
Jeez. Not that the crowd can even hear me right now.
No.
I can say anything.
We could talk amongst ourselves.
We could.
No one would ever know.
We could. How was that poutine last night, Dave?
It was fantastic.
Poutine.
Poutine? Poutine. Do we call it poutine because we're not from Canada?
I think so. I think we can get away with it.
Okay. So here we go. It is going to be Tom Tom heading off the track. And I'm not sure what's happening next.
I think we're hearing that Andrew Shorkey's having a wee bit of a time.
He's having an issue. Is he having an issue? He's having a moment.
Is there a good Irish phrase for having a problem?
He's in a bit of bother.
Bit of bother.
He's in a bit of bother. That would be a very Irish phrase, yep.
It does make
so
sense.
we will now see Justin Medina, who has decided to remove all of the front of his Honda S2000 for some reason, probably doing a bit of crashing, I'd imagine. In practice, he had a very beautiful car starting off the event. Now he's losing bits of it as it goes. But this is a K24 Turbo S2000, and it absolutely rips. The Cheetah Medina, as he's known, far into that first corner. Has no opponent in this fantasy battle, which is a good way of winning, I think. I think if I was to do a fantasy battle, I would try and do it without anybody else, because then I know I would get at least 2 people would vote for me, and that would be enough to take the win. So I think that you play the odds with that stuff.
It is a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out with him.
Plays out for him. You get to see all the suspension working in that car because there's not much body work left. Looks like a 50s Ford or something.
Ah, yes.
Cool car though, guys. Give it up for Justin Medina in the S2000. Laying down. Getting lost a little in his own smoke there, but that's fine. That's acceptable. Again, pressure's off when you don't have an opponent. I think I would win every battle against myself. I would say that's good odds there.
I would say that I knock myself out more than I lose to other people.
If you could lose to yourself, and that would be an incredible embarrassment.
It's pretty common in my racing career.
And you've no one to hold a grudge against then, because it's just yourself.
No.
So, just a minute, just getting a practice run in there in the S2000. If anybody has got front fenders for an S2000, you can head to Justin's pit area, and he will try and fit them. Oh, just one, actually. He's only missing one fender.
I think there's one out in the parking lot.
There's one over there somewhere, yeah. Okay, so we move on to our next fantasy battle. It will be an all front street battle. SR20 versus SR20.
Yes, sir.
Which makes a V8, is it? Maybe a V8 if you put the two of them beside each other. Not even the same cylinders as one Tommy Lemaire. In this battle, we got Josh DeLees up against Tom Nazzaro.
Which one's which, Dave?
Tom Nazzaro is in the gray 180SX. We got Josh in the kind of off-pink silver, I guess, S13. Joshua in the lead. Joshua throwing in. Tom Nazzaro had issues with his gearbox yesterday. Looks like all is good. And look at this. 2 very equally matched cars always makes for a very, very good battle. Both have similar horsepower, similar driving style, similar tire, and they drive all over the world together. And you're seeing exactly why these guys can put on a show anywhere they go. Front Street representing simpler times for drifting, but no less fun.
Yeah, it really is a throwback. I mean, it's almost like seeing history in motion with the liveries and the driving and the sounds and the fact that, you know, there's a historic engine of the SR20.
Not historic, legendary.
Sure.
Legendary. The best engine ever made for a while.
For at least a minute.
For at least 2 to 3 track days, it's the best engine of all time.
Got it.
And then the jury is out. So we will see if I have SR20s, so I can't. It's you can only make fun of yourself.
I've never owned one.
I would still buy an SR20 because they are the best engine and balance you'll ever put in an S chassis. But just sometimes you go to the track day, they don't come with you. So let's see how it goes. Front street, turning around. Look how cool that's the coolest looking start line I've seen in a very long time. Front street always have the style on point. Tom Nazzaro in the lead. Joshua in the chase. Joshua gonna catch up a little bit here if he wants to get back in and win over the crowd. But now he does. Big dive from Joshua. Oh, a little bit straighting from Joshua. He tries to catch Tom Nazzaro. Tom Nazzaro's car on a flyer here as Joshua makes a big dive into the last corner. Here we go, onto the door as they come through the last two clipping zones. Door to door, Front Street in the house. Montreal, make some noise. Good runs.
Just love it. From the body kits to the liveries to just all of it.
You can hear all of those valves just hanging on for dear life.
I will say it is weird watching this battle in full 1080 and not in 480, on a handy cam with a DVD.
We should put a filter. Can we get a filter on this so that make it all grainy?
Can you make it look like
with the date down the bottom?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I want it to look like my friend has copied it 6 times.
Yes.
And then given me the DVD with a handwritten label.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I want.
You should go burn a DVD of this and send it to your friend.
I might. I don't have any friends.
I think we've lost everybody who's
need more friends.
If you're born after 1998, you're not going to get the reference, which is good. So this is going to be a crowd vote between Tom Nazzaro and Josh. These guys, give it up for Front Street Drift Club.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, I've been loving Front Street for a long time, longer than you guys have known about them. And let me tell you what, you guys have always shown up for each other. And I think that you have done the same today. Now, your clutch pedal was good on this round?
Yeah, good clutch pedal. I pumped it up before we came out.
Nice, good. And how was your car feeling?
Awesome. I had such a good time running them, so I'm just glad we could put on a show for everybody.
All right, cool. Now, everybody, let's see what you have to say. Is it pink or is it green? Is it Wanda or is it Cosmo? Is it? All right, give it up for Tom. Or do we have Mr. Joshua? I don't know. Rock, paper, scissors.
1, 2, 3. What are you doing? 1, 2, 3, dude. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
We're going to give it to Mr. Tom Nazzaro, everybody. Thank you so much.
Well, I got to say that is a cheaper way of competing.
I'm not sure why he yelled.
We're going to get rid of the 3 judges. See you guys. You're gone. We're doing it all paper, rock, scissors from here. Everyone, it's regulation from now on that you do paper. There are no more one more times. And then after that, we have a foot race. And then we have a shooting arrows at a target. That's going to be how we decide things later on.
I'm still trying to figure out why he yelled seal at him.
Seal?
Yeah, wow. Seal in French. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yep.
So we got some twin burnouts going on from Front Street Drift Club. And they're just putting those SR20s on the limiter because that's where they love to be. And nothing will ever go wrong when you put an SR20 on the limiter. They love it there. But they survive. And I said, all of you in the front row who took 3 steps back from that can now return to the fence.
Almost got a free piston.
Yeah, free pistons. They're throwing them out.
Just tossing them everywhere.
Piston cannons. Oh, if only half of my life I wasn't in the same boat. So we have got the next battle lining up. It is going to be a fantasy battle between Trevor Jameson and Colette's back again. She has disposed of Adam LZ in a fantasy battle. Now she's taking on Trevor Jameson.
No one is safe, Dave.
No one is safe from Colette Davis today. She said, I'm taking every YouTube channel down by the end of the day.
Where's Jimmy?
Somebody
bring me Jimmy.
Jimmy is driving up the highway going, do not let Colette Davis anywhere near me.
Yeah.
She's shutting everyone down today. So let's see if Colette can do some damage here in this battle against Trevor Jameson. Trevor in the lead position, Colette in the chase. Colette, cleverly calling a lot of people out so she gets extra runs here for top 16. Here we go.
Let's see what Trevor's got out front. Initiates a little bit on the inside, but Colette's seen this before and starts to push a bit wide. Can Trevor collect himself through that inside clip as they transition back out? It looks like Trevor's got a bit more grip dialed into that car. Colette fighting to get back into the battle. Trevor out front, lining it up towards the wall, playing a bit of chicken with concrete. as they come back out. Not too bad. I was shocked at how fast
Chicken
Trevor
with
was.
concrete?
Chicken with concrete.
That almost described our lunch.
Almost.
So, again, surprisingly, Trevor James has a lot of grip in that car, a lot of pace.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very quick. I was shocked. And I think Colette was as well.
I think the thing about Trevor Jameson is he's been like the dark horse all the way through the competition now, has just been very smooth, and I think he's put more and more grip in the car. He's getting the absolute maximum out of those Accelera 651s. And I'll tell you one thing, he's going to be a tough competitor in that top 16. I think a lot of people may be saying, oh, he's not bringing a big flair, but you only need to do that towards the end of the competition. So he's doing the right thing, very tactical. And now in the chase position, we haven't noticed that Trevor has done something super close. So let's see if he can get up close and personal with Colette, get on the door and make a move. Because I'll tell you what, that's the only part of this game right now that I've got to see it again, a little bit of a gap off the start line.
Yeah, Colette realized how fast Trevor can be and decides to gap him right off the jump. Now Trevor's going to have to fight back with Colette. Absolutely lighting up those Acceleras. Trevor really picking an interesting line. That's a first. But able to get back to the battle to our last outside zones. Can he close the gap even more? That's just too much for him. That was it. She's just
That's a fast Corvette. It's
a
very fast car. And Colette is a fast driver. I mean, she comes from a racing driver background. So it's about not only drifting, but getting very fluidly through the track. And I'm telling you what, looking dangerous for the competition later today.
Yeah, I think she's going to be a problem for a lot of drivers.
I'm excited for the main event. I'm getting excited now because I actually don't know who to pick, because I was thinking maybe LZ after his #1 qualifying run, but then you see him spin out in the fantasy battle and you go, oh, maybe there's a chink in the armor there. And then at the same time, you know, anything can happen when it really matters. When everybody's having fun out here, this is good fun for everybody. Well, let's see what happens in the main event. Cerise, you're with Colette and Trevor Jameson. What do they think of that one?
Yeah, I don't know. Colette has been on fire this weekend. Not like Adam. Adam was really on fire. Colette, well done, well done, well done. You want to go congratulate your opponent? Let's go. All right, everybody. We have Colette Davis and Trevor Jameson, two really strong drivers, but we have one decision to make here. How do you feel how that went?
I wasn't as strong in my chase. I was sitting behind her, and I was going to like roll and then wait for her to go. I know her car's fast off the line, and then because my car just kind of spins. And so I stayed a little bit too far back, and then I tried to catch up. But I got close at the end, so that was kind of cool. I just wanted the whole run to be like that. But.
Absolutely, and you look like you're chilling right now.
I'm feeling good, but Trevor's been laying down amazing lead runs all weekend. Honestly, this is like the best driving I've ever seen you do all weekend long. So,
That's nice. That's so nice. All right, guys, everybody, let's vote. I know that your vocal cords are maybe getting a little tired, but come on, guys. This is what makes the LZ World Tour so special, okay? Trevor wants one more time. Let's see if you guys think otherwise. Was it Colette Davis? Or was it Trevor Jameson? Oh, great sportsmanship. Everybody give it up for Colette Davis.
There you have it. Colette Davis get 2 wins in the fantasy battles, which is pretty impressive. And we move on to our final fantasy battle, and there's some stakes on the line.
Like actual stakes?
Actual stakes. So it's going to be Jimmy Oakes versus Nate Hamilton for the award of nicest guy in drifting. Ooh. However, the loser has to turn heel and become a really awful person for the rest of their life. That's what's on the line. They can't be walking around being both the nicest guy in the pits. You got to have a battle to decide it. And probably at the end of this one, they'll both say each other's won and all this. Come on, guys. I mean, someone's got to be the bad guy here someday. So Colette Davis will be back in action for the main event top 6. Give it up for Colette Davis, kicking everybody's ass today. I'll tell you what, Colette's done more battles than anybody else on that track. And one more. Actually, she only lost 1, and she's done about 10. So just putting the odds in her favor for the top 16 later on. Trevor Jameson out running some walls in front of the fans. Get up for Trevor Jameson, ladies and gentlemen. Having a good time out there.
It is absolutely packed here.
And we haven't got Jimmy and Nate to come to the track yet because they're going, no, you first. No, you first. No, I couldn't possibly. You came here, you were here earlier. No. So
it is called the Canadian standoff.
yes, the Canadian standoff. They actually just stayed in the one place forever.
Super polite the whole time.
So we're going to see Nate Hamilton in that beautiful GR86. This is the second look for that car that we saw at Kern Raceway in LA. Beautiful car. And of course, moving from the V8 to the 2J, getting used to that. And then Jimmy in tried and tested 1JZ PS13. Let's see if Jimmy Oaks get up close and personal with that beautiful GR86 from Nate Hamilton as they go through the gears. Look at Jimmy Oaks! Whoa! On the initiation, Jimmy Oaks puts it on the door. That's the closest anybody's been through there for the whole weekend, and Jimmy Oaks is playing with fire the whole way around. No overtake here as he puts it on the door. This is the best chase run we've seen all weekend. Give it up for Jimmy Oaks.
Wow.
And Nate Hamilton.
Wow.
That was risky.
I was not expecting
that. Was very risky.
I was not expecting that at all.
Well, that was the last run Jimmy Oaks will do for the weekend because he's not in the main event top 16, so he made it count.
Man, it's talking about peaking or like at the end here. I'd just walk away, and be like, you know what? I don't even know if I want to do a lead. I'm just going to leave it at that.
That was unbelievable.
Look at all these dives.
I thought this part was going to be like the highlight reel, but the transition in the middle was just, this was ridiculous. So Nate goes to transition. Jimmy, I mean, that is a millimeter and then a millimeter again.
Wow. Yeah.
That's very exciting driving.
That was just great. I mean, even the way he cut the line there to get back in proximity, like that's how you need to do it.
He's had a look across and he's gone, you're a move, Hamilton.
Yep.
You're a move.
There can only be one nice guy.
There can only be one nicest guy in drifting, and I put my case to bed. Let's see if Nate Hamilton can bring the fight. Nate's definitely got the car, he's got the power, the experience, but he's got to have a little bit of craziness if he's going to try and match what Jimmy Oaks did. Let's see what happens as they come through the gears. Nate Hamilton coming in hot as well. Knows it was close, and here comes Nate Hamilton up onto the door of Jimmy Oaks with a little wash from Nate Hamilton, and now he's got to make a big old dive across the outfield. And Jimmy Oaks, right to the edge of the circuit. Nate Hamilton struggling and breaking down. Oh, not what we wanted to see as Jimmy Oaks takes it across the line. And it looks like the gremlins they had yesterday in that GR86 are back to haunt Nate Hamilton. Something strange going on with that car, which ran beautifully and perfectly in LA. Something weird has happened here in Canada. Must be someone put maple syrup in it.
Could be. I mean, it's a common mistake to
It does look similar. And Jimmy Oaks throws it in. Come on, Jimmy, don't crash into him after the fact. Guys, give it up for Jimmy Oaks and Nate Hamilton.
That was a phenomenal show. All right, okay. Honestly, neither one of these gentlemen knows how to disappoint when it comes to putting on a show for you people, so thank you both so much.
What up, everybody? How's it going? I'm trying to put on the best show I can, but my car keeps overheating.
Oh, you're still dealing with that?
Yep.
It's all right. Heating issues, we deal with them from time to time. Jimmy, your car still feels good?
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this again. Who do we think won? Was it Mr. Nate Hamilton? Ew, ouch. Or was it Jimmy Oaks? Thank you both so much. Keep it going.
So there you have it. The nicest guy in drifting award goes to Jimmy Oaks. Nate Hamilton now is going to go and, I don't know,
evil genius.
Kick some kittens around the pits or something. He's turned evil genius. It's like the dark side.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely an overheating issue with that GR, which is strange because it's so cold here. No, it's really warm, really warm. I came to Canada, Jacob, and I expected it to be a little cold. And
not even
this is hotter than Spain I was in last week. It's crazy. We're here in the middle of an airfield, which is normal apparently to people here. On the top, we're actually in the, what would you call it? The air traffic control tower?
That's exactly what I would
First
call
time
it.
for me up in the air traffic control tower, looking out at a drift arena. And crazy here in Montreal. Everybody, we'll give you a wave down there from the air. So we're ready for another section of the show, which I absolutely love. Guys, we want to introduce our Grio's Car Show winners. Cerise is going to have a conversation with them. And let's see what we get before we get these guys. Can we get maybe we can get a Mexican wave going here before we talk to these guys as they park up. If you are right down the end on the right, so let's see who we got down there. Put your hands in the air. If you're right down the end all the way
section.
at the first corner, all the way around the first corner, at the end of the grandstand. Put your hands up. Where are you guys at? Put your hands up.
Yeah, you
guys there. We're gonna get you guys to start it, right? On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Edge of the grandstand. Okay, we're going. We're moving. We're moving. We're getting pace. We're moving. Don't let it die. Yes, here we go. We're moving. Get ready for it as it comes your way. Mexican wave is a yes. There we go. Nice. No, there we go. Cerise, you're down there with the car show winners. Some amazing machinery, some very loud machinery. Let's have a word with the winners.
Everybody give it up for our winners of the Griot's Garage Car Wash. Griot's Garage is a phenomenal sponsor of the LZ World Tour. Each and every one of these winners will be receiving a prize package from Griot's Garage with some detailing products so your cars can stay nice and pretty. We're gonna go ahead and walk down with each of these drivers, just touch base with them, see who they are. The cars are cool, but I bet the owners are pretty cool too. So, hello sir, what is your name?
Dirty Dave.
Dirty Dave, okay. And that's a pretty clean, caravan. Do you got? Engine, year, make, model, give me the whole deets.
It's a 92 Acura NSX. Wide body engine is bolt-ons, wide body with Porsche car spread, full interior done. Yep.
It's a showstopper. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. And who do we have here? Sir, what is your name?
It's Jonathan.
And this Mini is just absolutely beautiful, yes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. So when did you buy it? What year is it? Year, make, model, chassis, engine, whatever.
So I started this project like 3 years ago. So I built everything myself. I do the swap. I custom built the suspension. It took me 3 years, but now it's ready and it's ready to hit the track.
And my last question is, how much does this thing weigh?
1,000 pounds.
Yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations, you deserve it. Hello, sir. Yeah, pop that hood. Let's see what we got under here. What is your name?
My name is John.
And what are we looking at?
A 09 STI with a twin turbo V12.
All right, cool. And are you proud of this car?
Yep.
Good. Well, congratulations. Enjoy your Griot's Garage prize pack.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, dude, these things, I know they're winners, but they're so pretty. I wish you could see them up close. All right, sir, what is your name?
Olivier. And this is my Honda Civic 2000 and with a B series.
And how long have you had it?
It's been 15 years old since I had it, and I built it from the past 6 years. From that point, from start to finish, bottom, from nothing to that point right now.
Well, it's well-deserved. It's a beautiful car.
Blown race car, drag car, and yeah.
So not just a garage queen. We like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Cool. Well, congratulations. Enjoy your Griot's Garage prize pack. And here we go. What do we have here? What is your name?
I'm Jay. This is my 98 Evo 5. Pretty built. Makes like 650 wheel.
And do you put it on track as well?
Yeah, lapping.
Absolutely. We love to hear that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations.
Thanks.
All right. Where's Adam? I saw Adam out here. Is he still out on track? Where'd he go? Come on over here. We have some beautiful cars here. We obviously have Griot's Garage backing this car show. I would love to get your opinion on the lineup that we have here. Any of these cars strike a chord with you?
The Subaru is really cool. I've actually seen this build on Instagram before. It was such a cool engine swap, and the fact that it works sounds amazing. That's really cool. And of course, I've got a sweet spot for Evos. That was our pick. Nothing like a white Evo, you literally can't do wrong. And it's very tasteful, very well done. So congratulations to everyone here. Some very cool cars.
The Adam LZ World Tour never disappoints. Thank you, everybody, for participating. If you had a time to run through the car show, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Griot's Garage, thank you for supporting the LZ World Tour. Give it up for these guys.
And thank you to all of the car show competitors out there. When you guys get a chance, make sure to take a few moments to head out into the car show, take a look, follow all the drivers, stop by the booths. I know a lot of the booths are getting really, really low on merch, so take a few minutes. But we do have a couple more things going on. Once we get all of our car show competitors off track, you might take a look under that Tire Streets arch and see something a little bit special under there. So make sure that when you hear an engine rev up, you take a look back on track, because something a little bit different is going to happen here in a moment. But thank you, everybody, for coming out. This has been absolutely phenomenal. For everybody sitting at home, thank you for tuning in. We are going to be back here soon with our top 16 set of battles. And if you have a few moments, head over to TireStreets.com. There's a little section there on the website. You have a chance to win a set of free tires, and Yeah, it's been an absolutely phenomenal day so far, and can't wait to see what the top 16 battles look like.
Someone put a V12 in a Subaru.
I heard.
I mean,
and it's all-wheel drive.
I was taking a moment there to realize that I'm announcing the event from an air traffic control tower.
Yeah.
Packed out, watching the best drifters ever, and someone just drives on in a Century-engined twin-turbo Subaru.
It's a pretty wild time, that's for sure. Welcome to Quebec. That's all I gotta say.
You guys are pretty crazy up here.
Yeah.
Car culture. I want to say, can we get a big round of applause for all the car show entrants? Unbelievable stuff this weekend. Give them a big round of applause. Amazing cars, amazing fun, and variety.
Which of these car show winners, which one are you taking home, Dave?
Well, I can't fit in the Mini.
Okay.
That's that out. I'm not a front-wheel drive guy, so that leaves the Honda, or a four-wheel drive guy. So I'll maybe take the NSX. Wide body, looks really cool. Although the Honda sounds good, to be fair.
I was just gonna say, might not be a front-wheel drive guy,
yeah,
but dang.
But that sounds amazing. He's also overheated it on the way out, I think.
Yeah,
so.
no, already.
Yeah, maybe it was nitrous. I don't know. I think he overheated it, but that's a Honda thing.
Yeah.
So we have got one more little last cherry on the cake before we head to the main event. Later today, we have got Mr. Jason Farron from Keep It Read. He's brought this car all the way over from Australia. It's a very subtle machine, and it's something you probably have never seen before, because I went to Australia, and I actually went to get some food in this car on the street.
No way.
And I couldn't eat any food when I got to the restaurant because it was that scary. So he's got Jimmy Oakes in the passenger seat, which is for moral support, and not that he needs it. This is a Holden VL from Australia, where they've just slapped the biggest turbo you've ever seen on this engine, and it is just for fun. It's a street car, which is something very, very different, and I think you're going to want to see what this car can do. Montreal, give it up for Jason Farron from Keep It Read.
I think there's more than just Jimmy in there.
Look at all these. We got the whole crew in there. Come on, guys, give him a big round of applause. If you want to see some big smoky burnouts, you're going to need to make some noise. We got 4 deep in the VL. Let's see. Oh, and it's automatic, by the way, as well. So it's an auto. Oh, here we go.
There it goes.
Starting to wind it up. Let's wind it up, Montreal. Make some noise.
Getting the bounce going.
Oh, here we go. Oh, good God. Here we go. Everybody here thought, is that it? And then next thing, boom. We are smoking some tires.
This might be the longest burnout if he's on the 651s. This could take a minute.
Montreal, are you not entertained? That is some thunder from down under for your entertainment right now. Give it up one more time for Jason Farron from Keep It Read. Well, that's a thing that happened again at this show that I don't understand, but you don't have to understand it. We just try and figure it out as we go, just like you guys watching at home. If you aren't watching at home, you're here in attendance. We are heading towards our main event, top 16 battles of 4:30 p.m. local time. I'm going to head down on track around about 4:20 just to get everybody hyped up, have some fun. Let's get the crowd interaction going. So if we see you guys at 4:20 in your seats, online 4:30, we're back live. We hope you guys are enjoying all the action. And it's been a fun day so far, but we're only getting warmed up. We're heading for the main event very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We're back soon with the main event, top 16 here at Stop 2 in Montreal of the LZ World Tour.
Tires, tires, tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 tread-wear ultra-high performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
Play me some of that Able Pimpin', man.
Let's go!
Top bill on ECU, turn a wideband, e-throttle control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road, and we would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives.
We'll turn this around. 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 We'll turn this around.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in ICAR, Montreal. It is the top 16 main event. Is everybody ready? The place is packed. Everywhere you look, there's people, and we got 16 drivers ready to go head-to-head, mano-a-mano, to see who's going to take home the Kansai Wheel trophies. You can see them placed on the wall. They're the biggest prize in the game today, but it's all about bragging rights as the top 16 roll into the arena for one last time. 16 drivers will enter. 3 will hit the podium, but only 1 will take home top step. One more time, everybody. Give it up for your top 16. We've been all around the world, but I'm feeling like today is going to be a special day. Conditions are perfect. The track conditions are excellent. A challenging track which is built for tandem action. We got everything from 300 horsepower to 900 horsepower. We got everything from Corvettes to Audis to S2000s to Mustangs ready to throw down for your entertainment. Who's going to take the top step? Well, we don't know, but we're starting here. Some of the biggest names in the game. As they line up, we're going to get a couple of interviews. We're going to talk to the drivers. We're going to have a little one-on-one time. And we're going to start down here with the man who's come all the way through the Last Chance Top 16s. He's in the Mona Lisa. He's in his old school car, but it's all new school parts. Duarte, you're taking on the man who also is part of Drift HQ. Has this ever happened before?
Maybe in the past in clutch kickers, but definitely not when he's driving this good. He's killing it.
So what I say that you are in your favorite car and he's in his favorite car for this battle, so there's no excuses.
No excuses. All in, baby.
Give it up for Duarte Vieta! Next up, first battle out, #1 qualifier on night 2. Threw a nice little backy down the wall in qualifying. Adam, what a crowd. Bunch of people here ready to see you throw down against Duarte. You guys are in business meetings most of the time. Now you got this different kind of suits on, right?
Yep, he recently just got done painting this thing, and it looks absolutely unbelievable, but unfortunately, we're going to have to put a couple marks on it.
Who wants to see LZ put some marks on this beautiful BMW? Not him. Guys, get up for Adam LZ. I'll tell you one thing. Colette Davis seems like she's been in 742 battles this weekend, and every one of them you've won bar one. But you seem like this track is really suiting your style, and the Corvette's running excellently here.
Honestly, I'm feeling great. I feel like just in the last World Tour stop am I really learning how to drive this car, and I'm just going to continue to push it and have fun with our CD squared battle up against Denofa. I already faced my first final boss. I feel like Denofa is the second one, right?
Absolutely, guys. One more time, please give it up for Colette Davis. I mean, you know, you're winning the championships with the whole 1,000 horsepower. You come back the next year and you say you're going to take a chill, and you turn up with 300 horsepower, and you're back in the top 16 and back in the top 3 qualifying position. How fun is it being in competition in this car?
Oh, it's super fun. This thing is a blast. It really allows me to drive like 100% all the time just to be able to keep up with everybody here. So it's great on my end and great on the event's end.
So you think you can win this event with 300 horsepower?
Well, considering that every lap it's less horsepower because the turbo's blowing up now, that's why I didn't practice really at all. If it stays where it's at, I'm going all the way.
Guys, one more time, give it for current foreign drift champion, Chelsea Denofa! So this is the first time I've spoken to this young man because most of the time when his car's on, I can't hear anything. This is the loudest car on track. Tom, what possessed you to put the biggest BMW engine ever, the V10, into a small BMW? It works so well.
Just because we're thinking it was fun to doing.
That's all it needs. Everybody here remember this. It doesn't need more than it's just fun. Guys, this guy has the coolest sounding car on the grid, in my opinion. Give it up for local boy, Tom! Next up, we got a previous DMCC champion, Mark Landeville. Mark, you just like wake up and say, I'm going to drive every car I have today in every part of the competition. You were in the S14, then you were in the 370, now you're back in the S14. What happened?
Yesterday we blew the turbo, so we can get it in time to do the qualifying. So I jump in my 370Z and yeah, place 9, so it's just okay, but today we're gonna be fine. So on va ramener ça au Québec, le trophée, la gang!
Woo! He's got the local crowd behind him. Local Mark Landerville! I was going to say you turned up in an S2000, but you turned up to the top 16 with half an S2000. Does that make it an S1000 maybe? So basically you have, in my opinion, the strangest setup here. You've got a K24 in an S2000 with cheetah print and a phenomenal mustache. All of that together is going to be the dark horse for everybody else on the grid. What happened? Where's the rest of the car, Justin?
Today, second lap of practice, I just trying to get a little bit of spice into the car and got a little too hot into the first corner, understeered, went into the wall, and we tried to get it straightened out. The frame kind of accordioned, we pulled it, and we're going to try to see what we can do against Tommy.
So what we're saying is you have half your car bent in half. You're going up against the current Canadian champion. We're going to need a big cheer here in a bit for the underdog. Get it for Justin Medina! Tommy, you've been out here before. You've been here before. You're a current Canadian champion. Very cool car, but you've been in front of the Canadian fans all your life. What is it like this weekend, and what's the different vibes here at the LZ World Tour?
Well, I think the goal today and this weekend is just to make sure we give a very good show and that everybody in the stands enjoy it. And that's why I'm here. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy that my car works fine. So we're going to give a hell of a show today.
Guys, get up here for Canadian champion, Tommy Lambert! This is going to be a short interview because this man has very little English and I have very little French, but we're going to speak through the car. So Kevin, this car, you're ready for this event. You had a great fantasy battle with Tommy. Are you ready for the top 16?
Oui, je suis prêt. On dirait qu'en fin de semaine, c'est ça, je suis ralenti un peu pour la maladie, là, parce qu'on dirait que je suis arrivé ici avec une petite grippe, fait que je file pas pantoute. J'ai des up and down dans le char, il fait chaud, fait que là, je gère, mais je suis ready pour le show, puis moi, vous faites un show, les gars.
I've been telling them that all week, but nobody listens to me. Give it up one more time for Kevin Moran! And we got the most casually dressed man on the grid right now. He's ready for action in some cheetah print shorts, which is something I haven't seen in a professional race environment for a while. But it matches the awesomeness of the car. Andrew, how is the weekend going for you so far? Had some car troubles today.
Yeah, no, we popped a rat hose off, but it's going 100% now, and I can't wait to battle Kev in the top 16. It's going to be awesome.
He doesn't understand much English, so do you think you're going to beat him?
Wait.
Well, don't respond in French. He'll understand that. Guys, give it up for Andrew Sharkey! Next up, we got a man repping the RB. We got the RB30 in Lee Yearwood's E92. Now, this car screams, it does all the good stuff. But your driving has come on such leaps and bounds over the last year. Are you looking forward to this top 16? How you find the track? Do you think you could take it all the way today, Lee?
Yeah, I'm going to take it all the way, that's for sure. I'll show him what the RB can do. You know, my dog Nate right here having a little bit of heat problem, but, you know, I'm going to take him out in the first run.
So, sorry, I'm going to translate that. He said that basically the 2J having some trouble, right? So the RB not having any trouble.
None at all. Mint.
This is definitely a first for the history books. So you're witnessing it here in Canada. Give us that one more time for Lee Yearwood! Nate, we have coolant issues. The 2J is fine, right? I didn't want to say it in front of Lee, but the 2J is always fine. So basically, you're going to try and do the top 16 with no car. Now, I haven't seen this before, so you've got to be pretty fast on the run-up and then just go into that first corner. Obviously, your car not here. We're joking because you're having some coolant issues. Are the team working on that behind the scenes? Will she be ready?
Yeah, so the boys are back at the pit trying to get the car ready. Of course, we're going to come out and try to battle Lee. He was nice enough to bring me up here, which was cool. That kind of speaks for the World Tour, right? Like, everyone's helping everybody. Stoked to put on the best show I can and try to scrape this car up, man.
Well, we want to get behind him. He's had a tough weekend so far. You give it up for Nate Hamilton! Next up, we have got the Practical Family Wagon. Of course, you know, this is an ongoing thing now where you have two cars that you compete in two different parts of the world, Josiah. One is a sports car and the other is a wagon. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to. But this is the fun car and this is a fun event. Are you having fun?
I'm having a blast. This car is so much fun to drive. It's the perfect horsepower. We get to, you know, it doesn't make too much power. I can just send it, floor it. The pedal is through the floor, and I never lift it, and that's the way I like to drive anyway, so it works.
Well, I want to say, give it up. This is a Canada driver with a Canadian company making waves all over the world. FTF Race Shop owner. Get up for Josiah Falaise. Next up, we have just a wild man. You're a wild man. I see you drive at all these events, and I get a little frightened and a little scared every time I see you out there. But the car gets cleaner, and you get wilder and more aggressive, and I'm not sure if that makes any sense. But this weekend, you're feeling this track, Sean, right?
I'm having a great time out here. This track's a lot of fun, and I'm getting great laps with the guys.
Sean, you're quiet on the microphone, but very loud if the Sorbet is singing. Do you think after yesterday, you could take this all the way today?
I think so. I got the car, and I can take it to the top for sure.
One more time, give it up, guys, for Sean Booth. This is a moment for me. I have never introduced a driver who's driving an Audi in the top 16 before. So this is an amazing machine. Full carbon Kevlar, VR6 turbo Audi. Andre, what possessed you guys to build this, and how does it work so good?
It works very well, and we just decided that we want to bring something new in drifting. And that's why we decided to build this Audi. And also with TSH Auto, we're Audi shops. That's why we decided to build this, yeah?
So what he's explaining is that he's an Audi shop. He wanted to go drifting, and it took a lot of convincing his owner to be able to build an Audi drift car. Guys, give it up for Andre and the amazing Audi! So look at this head of hair. This kid here, right, on the end. Last but not least. So how you find the track? I will say one thing. The very bright Corvette, still not a lot of marks on it. You're still in the top 16. Are you enjoying the weekend here at the LZ World Tour? First time in the LZ World Tour where you're in a top 16 against so many big names. Could you be the underdog this weekend?
I'm super stoked to be driving over here. It's my home track. You know, we're just 15 minutes from here, and I'm finally driving, you know, track I've been driving since the beginning. So, ça va être un méchant show de Québec. Let's go!
Quebec, what's up? Get it for Jay Murderada! Okay, we've introduced everybody, but while you guys are in there, you know, putting fuel and tires on these cars, I've been out here with the crowd. We've been having some fun. And we've been out here setting a debate. We've been kind of thinking that maybe next year we should come back to Montreal. We should come back with a bigger show, but I mean, I'm only half of the decision-making team around here. So what I'm going to need everybody in Montreal to do is to get up on your feet. Everybody stand up all the way down there, all the way in the middle, all the way down the end. We are going to get one shot at this. We are going to get one shot at this. Montreal, make some noise! Keep it going, keep it going! Stop your feet! Stop your feet! Louder! Louder! That's pretty insane. Montreal! There's only one man I want to talk to right now. We're going to have a little discussion. Adam, I think we should come back here next year with a bigger show, with more cars, with more celebrities, with more madness. But I don't have to say anything to you because these people are going to say it. Who wants to see us come back to Montreal next year? I think that's enough. All right, guys, the time for talking is over. The time for walking is over. It's time to go drifting. Top 16, get in your cars. Gentlemen and ladies, start your engines. I'm going to hand it to Jacob in the tower. Jacob, we are primed and ready down here. Let's get this top 16 kicked off.
Thank you, Dave. Jacob up here. Thank you, Montreal, for the absolutely incredible warm welcome. I've got a few minutes here to chat, and we brought one of the judges up. We didn't really talk about the judges, but we brought them in from DMCC. We've got Pierre-Ric up here to kind of chat and give us a rundown for everybody at home. What is DMCC? Because people may not know what this track has heritage-wise or what the series has.
Yeah, well, DMCC is a Drift Mania Canadian Championship that's been up since 2004. So it's about 4 to 5 events every year. So here at ICAR, we came here 2 years now.
Yep.
So it's this year's going to be the 3rd time we come at this track.
Nice. I know we chatted a little bit about it before, but this layout, you guys have been looking at it, you've been staring at it. Normally,
exactly,
you guys run the big front straight down into this. This got you rethinking some things? Maybe this is a preview for DMCC next year?
Yeah, well, you guys showed us a different line that we were used to, so we like that a lot. So last year we had a big speed at initiation, but this year we like a lot the inner zone, the first bank. The inner zone, normally we ride outer zone in the banks, so we like the proximity that the cars get with the first bank with the inner zone.
Nice.
So I think this year the layout's going to look pretty much like that one.
Yeah, that's, I mean, hey, love to hear that you guys are kind of taking notes from this and rethinking some things. Like, we've seen some incredible battles, incredible drivers. We've seen some insane drivers coming out of the Quebec program. Obviously, we've got Jay, we've got Tommy Lemaire, Kevin Morin.
Yeah, there's 5 in the top 16.
Sebastien Gauthier from before.
Yeah, exactly.
Who do you think is going to be one of like the next big drivers coming out of Quebec right now that everyone should be paying attention to? It doesn't have to be one, could be a couple, but who are you seeing that's just crushing out of this province?
Well, you all know Tommy Lemaire. That's really going well.
Yeah.
But Marc Landreville is gonna
making a comeback.
Yeah, making a comeback.
Yeah.
This year he was judging for a couple of years, so now he's come back as a driver. So I think he's gonna be a big part of the game this year. When we get other good drivers like Jason Laliberté that was supposed to be here today. But he's going to be a good next one.
That's all good. Taking a look at this bracket, what are ones that you're interested in? I know I've got my picks, but we've got a couple of different Quebec on Quebec drivers here. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, if we look at Tom and Marc Landreville, this is 2 guys that know each other, so this is going to be good, really a good battle. But on your side, I like Colette and Denofa.
Yeah, that's
this
going to be
is
super cool.
Super cool. Yeah.
Yeah, during the meet and greet for the VIP session, Colette was actually down in there asking Chelsea some questions. So she's doing her homework. I'm pretty interested to see, you know, Chelsea being the current FD champ and Colette really learning this track and just dialing in that car. I think it's going to be a great
She made so
battle.
much run this weekend.
Oh,
It's unbelievable.
She's been driving like crazy. So this might end up being her home track after we're done this weekend for the amount of battles that she's done.
They're going to move over here.
Exactly. Hey, I mean, I've been looking at real estate, man. I mean, it's not terrible. You go into the bush a little bit, it gets a lot cheaper. So
Exactly. You know, it's good battles. We're going to have really good battles.
yeah, no, I'm super pumped. Well, you know what? Thank you so much for taking a few moments, giving us a bit of a rundown on the local crowd. Is there anything you want to say to everybody here in Montreal?
No, it's just a super crowd that we have here. The community of cars is unbelievable over here. So we're having a great time judging the series and keep on drifting.
Cool. Well, I'll let you get back in the judges' chair. You got a hard job coming up. We've got some nuts battles going on. Thank you so much, Pierre-Ric. And out of nowhere, almost like a magician, my co-host is back. I think he teleported. He might be a little bit out of breath, but he is back up here while we take a look over at the burnout box as the two lead gentlemen coming out of that compound in just outside Mims, Florida, Adam LZ versus Duarte Viana. This is going to be wild.
This is going to be a great battle. It's 11 flights of stairs there and
Yeah,
a lot
you
of
counted them,
shouting.
huh?
So,
Yeah.
you know, just trying to get back into it. But I'm pumped and ready, man. The crowd here is unbelievable. Edge of your seat stuff. We are primed and ready for one of the best events we've ever had.
Yeah, it's breathtaking is basically what we could say. As you can hear Dave there, still gathering himself from basically sprinting up all those stairs. So
I got too excited. I did a lot of shouting. Everyone was pumping up. And now we got the business end of this weekend. Duarte and Adam. They're both in their favorite cars, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's
They're
great.
chosen weapons. So this is going to be interesting.
Should be a good battle. I mean, both BMWs, both absolutely rockets. I mean, it's good. It's going to be tight. If there's any battle that I think is going to go one more time right off the bat, this is probably going to be it.
So they are lining up. It is the first battle of our top 16. Duarte Viana in the chase position. Adam LZ, #1 qualifier with a 92, will lead him out. Adam LZ puts the car into gear. We are good, we are live, and we are ready for the top 16 here at the LZ World Tour in Montreal. LZ smoking tires into that first corner. Duarte up onto the door. Here we go. Duarte watching a little wide, losing a bit of traction. Adam LZ on that perfect line as they come to the infield. Duarte's got to start making some moves here, and he cuts a bit of track and does. Sucks up onto the door. Duarte's got to make another move, but he washes too wide as LZ puts foot to floor and takes that blue E36 to the wall.
What a great way to start. Adam LZ on an absolute heater out in the lead. Duarte making some big moves, diving in. It's really a timing track. This track and this layout really kind of benefits anybody who can time their transition well. So Adam on a good initiation there. Now we start to watch where Duarte is trying to feel out the best spot to be too far back in the pocket, you get a face full of smoke, too far forward, you get caught and hit in the transition. So Duarte could have been a little bit deeper through that outside zone, but now we see Adam really pouring on the power as we smoke out our FPV drone there. But I mean, it was definitely a good battle.
I think the big mistake is if you're in the chase position and you go too shallow, you end up making both of these arcs on both corners, like a triangle. You got to go in, slow down, and go back again. And that kind of happened to Duarte on both occasions. Let's see if LZ can manage it differently. He's got a little bit more pace in the car than Duarte, in my opinion. But also, Adam has had all the flawless lead runs. Now he's got to have a flawless chase run to stay in this. Right on the back bumper, that bright green BMW as they fire into that first corner. LZ up onto the door, no messing around from Adam LZ as he takes it to the quarter panel. Duarte pushing wide, giving Adam LZ all the room in the world. Now LZ comes in. This will be where you'll see the big dive up onto the inside, and he does it. LZ on big angle and up onto the door of Duarte Viana. LZ pushing the Drift HQ co-owner to the end of the run. That is 2 clean runs to kick us off at the top 16. Montreal makes some noise.
Yeah, that was an absolutely phenomenal run there. I mean, Duarte had a great lead run, but Adam LZ making it known he is one of the best chase drivers in the game right now. Timing everything perfectly, you know, just getting the wheel in there, You can see as he's playing with the throttle, trying to figure out when Duarte is going to change. Doesn't dive in through that inside clip, which is a great move. Judges are really going to remember this last zone, and that's where Adam really pours on the pressure to Duarte.
Yeah, you got to remember, this is a full-on Formula Drift spec E36 with a driver who's done multiple seasons at the top level of competition. Duarte, a very accomplished driver, but Adam's got a lot more seat time over the last 6 to 8 months than Duarte's had. So I think both for the cars they're in and the experience levels they're at have done a phenomenal job of having a very clean battle there. So we're going to go to our judges to see who is going to go through to our top 8. Will it be Adam LZ? Will it be Duarte Viana? Either way, Drift HQ is going to the top 8. We're locking in those scores. Our DMCC judges are saying Adam LZ gets the win. LZ gets the win and goes through to the top 8. Give it up one more time for Duarte Viana. I think that's a fair call, Jacob. I mean, you can see Duarte really clean in the lead and chase, but just not that X factor in terms of aggression.
Yeah, it's really tough to kind of keep up with that. Adam did such a good job in the lead, and I mean, Duarte's chase was still phenomenal. He did a good job at diving in, but Adam was basically on his door through all of those outside zones. So it's tough. It's definitely tough to keep up with that, but Duarte is making it known how good of a driver he is. I mean, the dude works all the time.
Well, that's the thing. He takes a break from drifting work to drift.
Right.
So it's his whole consumed life. But what Drift HQ do for the community and what they bring in terms of parts and services to everybody, it's just such a huge piece of the infrastructure of the entire drift world. And Duarte right at the forefront of that, alongside LZ. There'll be smiles all around after that one, and he'll give LZ all the best wishes to go forward. We move on now. Next, it's an all-Canadian battle, Jacob. Here we go. We got Mark Landerville in the S14 up against that V10 1 Series of Tom Tom. Two very accomplished drivers, and two drivers for me that I would think, watching practice and qualifying, stack up pretty evenly. Landerville's going to bring a lot more smoke and aggression, but Tom Tom's got that smooth, fluid style. Let's see which wins out.
Tom Tom out in the lead in the Drift HQ. BMW, Mark Landerville on the S14. Good initiation from Tom Tom. Would have liked to have seen a bit more aggression there, but he starts to pour it on, and you can see Mark Landerville waiting for his time to strike. Starts to reel in here, and then you can see him cut the line just a little bit there to fall into the pocket, but Tom Tom gets back on the power and almost jukes out Mark Landerville as they come real close to the wall. Little bit of a touch there from that BMW.
Well, that's the little exclamation point at the end for Tom Tom just tagging the wall. It looked to me like Landerville was bringing the aggression, but the timing is what you talked about. It's all about that. He went in at the wrong area, kind of got himself a little caught up, delayed his transition, and that means that Tom Tom just got a little jump on him in the second corner. Right here, Landerville looking sweet, getting into the pocket, doing exactly what he should. Tom Tom, look at that perfect lead run across that inner zone. As a transition, Landerville now goes for a big dive this way, but he has to back off a little bit and come in a little bit slower in the second. Tom Tom gets on the gas quicker, and for that point, Landerville just couldn't catch him until right at the end of the wall. But you know what? I'm splitting hairs. Brilliant run from both Canadians, and this one's still very much in the balance. Landerville is going to have the pace in this one, and that's why you see Tom Tom stepping it back to make sure he gets that run in on the lead car.
Yeah, I think Landerville's going to grab a whole other gear on this one. I would be prepared for a ton of smoke as they come off the line. Landerville now in the lead. Tom Tom falling behind. Look at that big feint initiation from Mark Landerville. Tom Tom pulling a bit of an angle out of the car to keep up, and this is where the smoke turns on for Mark Landerville, throwing a ton of angle through our zones. But Tom Tom keeping in the pace and keeping in the fight as we come to our last set of outside zones. Mark Landerville really putting a lot of speed on Tom Tom. I mean, that V10 is sick, don't get me wrong, but that is, I mean, Landerville's in basically a pro-level car.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you got to look at this as the mix. I mean, the tires are all the same. So we got the accelerated 651s from Tire Streets. That evens the playing field in terms of grip. But when you talk about mechanical grip, you'll always look at a pro car or pro driver of having more experience and options to make the car get mechanical grip out of the car. You can see with Tom Tom's car, it's fast, it's speedy. Speedy's the right word. But when you put Landerville's power down, you can see he's got so much go in that S14. And Tom Tom struggled to stay on big angle behind him.
Well, and it's the team as well, right? It's the notes that you've got of how to get as much power and grip out of that car. So Landerville's got years of experience with that, and he knows his car quite well.
Absolutely. We got a decision in from our judges. Who is going to go through to the top 8? The tension, you could cut it with a knife right now. Here we go. Mark Landerville. Tom Tom. Who's going to get the call? It's Mark Landerville. Mark Landerville gets the call, goes through to the top 8. We got an ex-Canadian champion in the top 8. I know a lot of people here want to see a Canadian go all the way today. Well, Landerville could be as good a bet as any.
And he's going to basically battle it up against one of the best out of the U.S. and Adam LZ. So Tom Tom with a nice send-off of that V10. I'm going to miss that sound.
I wish we could just keep sending him all day because it sounds so good. Montreal, make some noise for Tom Tom. What a show he put on this weekend. Loud and proud. So we move it along. Tom Tom bows out. Landerville goes to face LZ in the top 8. And we moving along to our next battle. We talk about underdog stories. We got to talk about the underdog story here of Justin Medina. Big crash with the wall. That S2000 is not straight. The chassis is not straight. And everything about it, well, even his mindset's probably not straight right now because he's sitting there going, I've got to go crazy here or I'm not going to win this battle against Tommy Lemaire. Because I'll be honest, Lemaire's got the pro car. He's the current champion. Medina's an amateur driver in a crashed car, essentially.
Yeah.
So this would be a miracle if Justin Medina could even stay with Tommy Lemaire here.
This is what dreams are made of right here. We will see what happens as Tommy Lemaire takes off the line. Medina following a chase. Medina, that tiny, tiny little car, doing what he can, but spinning it and looping it out. And Tommy Lemaire is going to throw it and run through the rest of this run. Medina looks like he just tried to push a little bit too hard. As you said, that car may not be straight, so those wheels may not be pointing in the correct direction.
No, we had a look at it. It's got a chassis leg that is definitely not straight. To be honest, I got to say, for bravery to go out there in a car that's really beat up, it's brave, because you don't. A lot of these guys, you know, you could say, "Oh, it's not for me. I'm out for the weekend. You know, my car is done." But Justin Medina, the cheetah, is not going to give up like that. He said, "I came here to party. I'm going to do it till I can't. They'll drive the wheels off the car."
Yep.
He very nearly has. And I will be honest when I say that that car is probably horrendous to drive right now. There is no alignment whatsoever. And to go in behind Tommy Lemaire, who's already setting an incredible pace into that first corner, well, you got to be even braver again.
Yeah, Medina the cheetah. I mean, I like it. I think it. So they're going to swap it around. I mean, now here's the hard part, is how messed up is Justin's car? You know, what's Tommy going to do here?
Take a look, Jacob. Have a quick look at the car. That's how messed up it is.
From my 10,000-foot view or 3,000 meter view, it's not great.
It looks a little sad. The car looks a little sad.
It's
but
a little crooked.
He's now in the lead position. Can he keep a run together? Lemaire's, you know, people be on the radio to him saying, I don't know. Do you go too close? Do you leave him a little bit of room? I think Lemaire's going to leave him a little room here.
Yeah, I think Tommy's going to kind of run his own fight here. Let's see what happens. But that may be the wrong move. It could mess up Tommy Lemaire. Well, Medina out front holding everything together. And now Tommy Lemaire goes, oh, he might finish this run. I need to get back in the race. As Medina transitions, now Tommy Lemaire is going to see how much. Let's see if he can straighten it from the other side as Tommy Lemaire starts to push in even deeper as they get closer to the wall.
Well, I got to say, round of applause for Justin Medina in a crashed car doing a full run of the circuit that probably would have put him in the top half of qualifying yesterday.
Yeah,
that is impressive stuff. Tommy Lemaire was like, I'll just give him some room. Uh-oh, no, hold on. He's keeping this together. I better get back in it. But with that big spin on the first run, Lemaire knew he had very little to do on the second, but just keep it together.
Yeah, and you can see that halfway through that run, Lemaire's like, oh, I should probably get a little bit closer. This guy is not going anywhere, so.
I got to say, to be honest, I didn't think Justin Medina's car would make the run, and it really did make the run. That was impressive stuff. So I got to say, from my perspective,
he's one in our hearts.
You know what? Yeah. He's got half an S2000, but a full heart for me. That's the way I look at it. So we'll go up to our judges' decision. Who's going through to the top 8? I think it's going to be an obvious one. Tommy Lemaire gets the win. Tommy Lemaire gets the win and goes through to the top 8. Your current Canadian champion. Not tested quite yet, but I got to say, a memorable battle where Justin Medina had to battle against himself. Never mind if he was against a champion or nobody at all. That was tough to get around for Justin Medina. Did a great job, did himself proud. And I'm sure you'll find a few S2000 panels and probably needs a jig. Do you guys call it a jig here? Chassis frame rack. Okay. Yeah. So he probably needs that as well.
You call it a jig, we call it a rack. I mean.
Yeah. Well, it does sound like a dance now that I say it.
Jig and a rack?
Yeah. We could make one. We can make a little dance.
Yeah.
Anyway. And I'm sure Justin Medina will have a few beers and be dancing his way into the night in the pits later on if I know him. So we move to the next battle. This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Kevin Moran against Andrew Shorkey. Andrew Shorkey had some issues, said he had some cooling issues, but now he's back ready to go. Kevin Moran is, am I saying right, an ex-champion as well of DMCC. So how many champions have you brought this week? Canada brought all the champions.
They got a few.
And put the whole lot of them out there.
Andrew Shorkey, one of the best drivers coming out of Ontario, and there is a natural rivalry between the two provinces. Let's see how it works out here. Kevin Moran out front with Andrew Shorkey behind, throwing the angle in that feather. Kevin Moran doing a great job. Will Andrew Shorkey be able to keep up the pace? And he does as we come through our transition. Now, here is where Andrew really needs to dive in. Does he have the power to keep up with Kevin Moran? As Kevin pushing the car out wider. Shorkey definitely needed a bit more proximity through that run, but Moran's car is so quick.
It's a fast car.
It is a fast
And the worst thing is he's also very good as a driver. So when you get a good car and a good driver together, you're not seeing any weaknesses. And Andrew Shorkey was just hoping he'd make a mistake, hoping he'd make an error, but it wasn't coming. And Kevin Moran did everything that the judges wanted him to do. He stayed on the zone, stayed on the lines. Could have been more perfect here and there on some outside zones for me, but pretty good all the same. You can see Andrew cutting some course here to try and get up close and personal, but he never really makes any ground. Every time he transitions, Kevin's just already gone from the zone before he gets there, so no chance to dive. Kevin Moran's car, he's got that dialed up to 11 right now, but he's in the chase position with the faster car, which can also be a difficult place to be because you got to manage your speed or you can make big mistakes. So Kevin, we're expecting to be on the door of Andrew Shorkey here, and the judges are also going to expect him to be there because, hey, that's how you win battles. So here we go, second run. Andrew Shorkey is in the lead, Kevin Moran in the chase, and Kevin is jumping the light quick. That's a professional driver right there. He knows I'm not going to lose at the first corner as Moran goes wild into the first corner, up onto the door, but washes wide. Now Andrew Shorkey getting a little bit of a run out there. Kevin Moran's going to have to use that pace to make a dive, and he does, and Kevin Moran's going to have to make a big one into this last corner, but he makes a big error. Kevin Moran going too big a dive.
All
now,
right.
We're going to have to, this is where the judges will come in and say, did one guy go too fast or did one guy go too slow? And this is the worst judging decision that because it's a 50-50. They'll analyze this to see, did Andrew Shorkey stay on throttle and do what he needed to do, or was Kevin Moran coming at too much pace? Initially looking at it, I will say Moran was trying to catch up.
He was.
He was trying to do something. And there was definitely a collision between both cars, so I'm not too sure the condition of both cars, but they're going to head down for a decision anyway. But yeah, what did you guys think? Some collisions on track. They're throwing it all out there. Kevin Moran, Andrew Shorkey, Montreal, make some noise. Trading paint on track.
So let's take a look at the replay here. Andrew Shorkey is known for throwing a bunch of style. Now Kevin Moran lighting the tires up right away. Shorkey with a good initiation there, following the zone, dipping his tire in just a little bit as he comes through this zone, does a great job there. Holds the angle for a long time, big rate to angle, and that is where the actual accident happens.
Now, Andrew Shorkey's car doesn't make a ton of smoke because he's running, quite a grippy setup trying to be fast.
Right.
It looked to me, when Kevin Moran hits him, he's on throttle.
Yes.
So that's going to be one of those things the judges are looking at saying.
And Shorkey does like to throw a ton of angle.
Yeah, so on angle, you know what I mean? He's on angle. Look, on power now. So Moran is coming in.
And he was looking to transition.
Now Moran is in a kind of a weird place there. There's not much room to transition at that point.
Yeah, you can see
Moran jumps through, a lot of grip in the car. He's on the inside of the track. He's gaining a lot of ground, hits the door, and spins out. And Andrew Shorkey kind of keeps going, but then obviously that's going to take the steering wheel out of your hand, and it's going to mess up your transitions. So contact, I mean, you might think, oh, he could have just kept going there, but let's be honest, when you get hit, the self-correct on the steering wheel. So when you're transitioning, you're self-correcting, which means you're taking your hands off the wheel. So let's see, the judge is going to make a call on this one. And it's going to be Andrew Shorkey getting the win. Andrew Shorkey gets the win, and I'm inclined to agree. I think Kevin Moran was trying to cut the course to be really fast to make a big dive, and Andrew Shorkey was on throttle, and Kevin just, like an arrow into the side of Andrew Shorkey's car, hit his door, spun himself out. And I think Kevin, maybe on that first corner, thought he'd be much closer than he was, and all of a sudden maybe panicked a little to get into the barrel, hit him on the door, and Andrew Shorkey didn't really know much about it. And Andrew, that smooth style has been working for him.
Before we even started this battle, I was going to say, and then I held back because I didn't want to announce this curse, but I figured Andrew would try and out-style him. That was going to be it. A big initiation, a big zone, big transition, something like that. Because if you got to drive it that fast, that's how you got to do it.
But he didn't need to. Kevin Moran took himself out. Next up, very interesting battle. We got Colette Davis going up against Chelsea Denofa. Colette having double the horsepower of Chelsea Denofa, and he reckons he's losing about 4 horsepower every time he turns the car on as the turbo is dying. But Chelsea Denofa is your current Formula Drift champion, so he's got the experience, and he's also the higher qualifier. So it'll be Colette to chase in Chelsea into that first corner.
Let's see here, Chelsea Denofa, good initiation, nothing crazy aggressive. Now as he starts to push the car out wide, he's got the setup to keep that car loose, but still quick. With Colette Davis doing a really good job in the chase to not get too aggressive. And we see Chelsea Denofa filling all the zones. Now Colette starting to dial things in and push the pace of Chelsea Denofa. I mean, he's the champ for a reason.
I was about to say, you know, a lot of people will say like, oh, you know, you win these big competitions because you got these big powered cars and it makes them so easy to drive. I will say, when you watch Chelsea pedal that 300 horsepower Ford Mustang, you realize it is not the car. It's the driver behind the wheel. I got to say, Colette does a great job here all the way through. However, just can't find that proximity. Probably a little bit confused as to why Chelsea's car is so fast. But why he's so fast is because he's not lifting. He's not handbraking. Because, again, if you're in a higher horsepower car, you got to do a little bit of that. He is just foot to floor the whole way through, and it seems to be working for him now. However, does Chelsea have the pace to catch Colette Davis when it's the other way around? Well, we're about to find out. He's definitely staggering back here, making sure that she doesn't get the run into that first corner. Colette's been putting down heater lead runs all the way through the weekend. Chelsea Denofa is going to have to bring the heat here and get up close and personal. Into that first corner they go. Chelsea with a late initiation, trying to catch up to Colette Davis, and does. A little wash from Chelsea though as he loses some ground. Colette Davis now through the center of the course. Chelsea Denofa trying to come in very fast, very loose. Again, not a lot. Outside clip missed by Colette Davis as Chelsea Denofa tries to get that little Mustang up by the door. A little scrappy there on the second run from both drivers.
I still gotta pinch myself sometimes to see this car doing what it's doing. But yeah, let's take a look here and kind of compare our leads and our chases. Colette Davis, very aggressive, does have a couple of issues out in the lead just with zones, doesn't get super deep through that section, but Chelsea Denofa doesn't have a ton of proximity, so this could go either way. We do see a big mistake.
Yeah, I think if you look at it from Colette missing that outer zone, Chelsea wasn't given the opportunity to catch up there a little bit. You know, again, cut the course quite close. But does it matter? Look how cool these two cars are at track. I mean, this is drifting in 2024, and you're seeing Fox body Mustangs with EcoBoosts going up against Illuminous Corvettes. That's what drifting is all about. Being flamboyant, putting your style on things. And if there ever was two cars that represented two drivers like this, these two have it. But our judges are locking in a decision. It is for a space in the top 8. Who's going to get it, Denofa or Colette Davis? Chelsea Denofa gets the win. Chelsea Denofa goes through to the top 8. And you know what? I'm inclined to agree. I think at the lead line, Colette missing a couple of zones. Chelsea had kind of good proximity. And Chelsea, if you put it basically on 2 lead runs, Chelsea had a perfect lead run. Colette didn't have a good lead run. And you can't have a good chase without a good lead. So therefore, Chelsea not given a massive opportunity to get in the mix if Colette was missing some zones. Although when I say missing zones, very small amount. It was down to the finest margins. And of course, Colette's going up against the current FD champ. So if you can take it that close with Chelsea Denofa, that's something to be proud of.
What a big ask, right?
For sure.
You know, we're talking about somebody who's been drifting for over a decade, driven so many different chassis, comes in and just crushes in that RTR. So we are now going to be moving on to find out who is going to be battling Chelsea.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we're seeing a wounded Nate Hamilton. He's saying still having coolant issues in the car. He's going to run it, but he's not sure if it will run for the 2 runs. So Nate just not having a good weekend. It's a silly problem. He said it's the 2J's fine, everything else in the build is fine. Just something small and gremlin-y working its way. So let's see if he can make this car last. He's against Lee Yearwood. Lee is in the lead. Nate Hamilton's had no practice this weekend working with that car, but it looks so far like it is running as Nate Hamilton now tries to throw it in against Lee Yearwood. Nate Hamilton making a dive through the infield as he starts to reel in Lee Yearwood. And a late transition from, oh, look at this. This is beautiful from both drivers as they come through that next inner zone, push in towards the wall. Nate Hamilton, Lee Yearwood. Oh, and Nate almost gets in the door before they hit the finish line. Well, it looks like the GR86 does make the pass.
I mean, now it's just all hands to cool that car down. He's going to be coasting around, not putting any load on the engine, but great job here from an ex-FD Pro driver and a current Pro Spec driver in Formula Drifted, Lee Yearwood. I mean, I really like to see how Lee is driving this car. I mean, he's hitting the zones, he's being aggressive, and you can tell Nate wants to push harder, he wants to be more aggressive and do more with the car, but is concerned about going too hard with it so that way he doesn't overheat it. I mean, it's tough, and obviously the system that he's got into that car is shutting it down when heat spikes in temperature.
Yeah, so we got to send him back to the start line. Just looking at things are stacking up. We got 2 ex-Canadian champions in Landerville and Lemaire. We got LZ and Denofa in there in the top 8. We got Andrew Shorkey, who's going to join them. Will it be Yearwood? Will it be Nate Hamilton? Will Nate Hamilton's car survive the second run? Lee Yearwood's not putting a foot wrong. His driving has been exceptional this weekend. The driving level from Lee Yearwood a year or 2 ago to now shows that he is on his rise to the top. And this is just another thing. It could be another, big moment if he beats Nate Hamilton. Here we go, Nate Hamilton in the lead. firing into that first corner. Big initiation from Nate Hamilton, pushing wide. Yearwood goes late and goes wide. And now Nate Hamilton gets the run out of the corner. Hamilton trying to make it count, but Lee Yearwood's coming back, flying into this one. Has a late transition from Lee Yearwood, and it's desperate, but it's working. And he gets into the mix, and they come through the inner zone and out to the outside. Phenomenal driving from Nate Hamilton and Lee Yearwood. Oh! And they almost come together as they come across the line. That was a good battle.
That was a really good battle, and I hate to say it, but the thing that Nate Hamilton wants to hear the least right now is one more time, but if there's any pick I've got to be, it's got to be that. Let's take a look, though, see if we can find any mistakes in these runs. I mean, Lee pushes a little bit too wide there. Nate out front doing a good job, but I mean, these battles were almost identical. You're really having to pick them apart and find
you know, these are the moments where I go, oh, it's good we're not the judges now.
So
good. Isn't it nice that we just go, they're both great.
I know.
Everyone's great. We're not eliminating anybody. But the judges, they got to make a call. And this is going to be a tough one because you've got two exceptional runs from two exceptional drivers. One more time, Montreal. Give it up for Nate Hamilton and Lee Yearwood. I got to say, I don't know. I do not know. I wish I knew, but I don't. I think this was a very close battle. I got to say, for me, Nate Hamilton is, I mean, let's be honest. I don't know. Let's see what the judges say, because I'm confused. I'm kind of thinking I'm in the middle here. Lee Yearwood or Nate Hamilton, who's going through? It's a one more time. One more time, I think that's the fair call. I'm sure Nate Hamilton's team are like, oh my God, really? We just got through the two runs, now we got to go again.
We'll give him a minute.
We'll give him a minute
to cool off.
Yeah. We got a lot of fans in the place this weekend, but we're going to need mechanical ones at Nate Hamilton's tent right now because they need to cool that thing down.
Bags of ice, you know, they've just got him on the rad right now.
Just like, let's cool it down.
Yeah.
So we, one more time, guys, give it up for Lee Yearwood, Nate Hamilton, phenomenal job. You know, I think that's the right call. I think they, you know, looking at both runs on the replay, couldn't call it. There was some great driving, solid driving. And then we see two more drivers line up for the next battle. It's going to be Josiah Falaise and Sean Booth. It looks to me like Sean Booth may have taken the hood off that car, which means that he may be having some overheating issues as well. It's hot out there today. Josiah Falaise in the family wagon from FTF. It's a 2JZ in the BMW. It is an Orbi in the S15. It's FTF versus Breezy. It's Booth versus Falaise. It is for a spot in the top 8, and it's also Canada versus the US. Not to bring it into it, but just had to say it. Here we go. Canadians looking good so far in this competition. Josiah firing into that first corner.
Josiah in that wagon taking things off. Well, Sean Booth showing once again why he's one of the best chase drivers we have at the track today. And Josiah filling all the zones. Not a ton of angle, but firing off a bunch of flames. So more than makes up for it. Well, Sean Booth does get capital. Is there a problem? There is.
Booth's got a problem. Booth's got an, I think that's an overheating problem. You can see the car just didn't have the go through the second half of the course. He was right there for the first corner, and then he sort of died off, and I was thinking, this is not Sean Booth we know.
No.
Why is he not making those aggressive moves? But it looks to me like Sean Booth may have an issue with the car, may have a problem. So he's not calling a 5-minute rule. I think maybe Sean Booth. So I'm not sure what is the situation there, or is he calling a 5-minute rule? We're going to try and find out some information.
We are waiting to hear. Do we even have 5-minute rule? We can just make one up, Dave. That's the best part.
The best thing is I can do whatever I want.
We can do a
This is not a real championship. This is just fun.
This is just fun.
So we can kind of make it up as we go. And then Josiah's back on the line. We're waiting to hear from Sean Booth to see if he is. Everyone gets one 5-minute rule. That's the rule.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, everyone gets one 5-minute rule in the top 16. So he's going to have to use it. But I'm wondering, is that an issue that he can or can't solve? That's the problem. You know what I mean? Sometimes you go, oh, it's this thing, I need to change that thing. But if it's a problem where the car is overheating and you don't want to risk the engine because there's something more sinister at work, then not always the cleverest thing to come back out. So Josiah's on the start line. Sean is out of competition. Sean Booth.
No.
Can we get a big awe from the grandstands, please? A big awe, because Sean Booth is not going to make it back out. He's having overheating issues with his S15, and Josiah is just going to have to make a pass to the course here to get through to the top 8. Not the way he would have wanted to win, Josiah, but Sean's car, unfortunately, not making it through. Unfortunately, right?
I have never heard of an issue with an RB, so this is very shocking to me. But yeah, Sean Booth doing what he can.
I think Lee Yearwood's going to go up and punch you in the face.
I will run away. Not quickly, but I will try.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of trapped up here in the tower. We have nowhere to run. So
Yeah.
Josiah Flay is just putting down another run just to get another one in the books. And you know what's funny? He brought this car here just as a taxi. This is a drift taxi.
Yep.
It's got 4 bucket seats. They just use it for fun. He said, obviously, his car is in Europe. It's actually with us in Europe at the moment, the FDF Corvette, competing in Drift Masters this year. So this is the only car he had available. He took it, and now he's into the top 8. So that's pretty impressive stuff. And qualified very high as well. So not like he's just making up the numbers here.
No, he does know what he's doing. I mean, Josiah is an incredibly talented driver. I was pretty hurt when I saw the issues that he ran into over in Europe, but I'm very excited to see what he does once everything's up and running again.
Yeah, so I'm just looking here and I'm saying we have 4 Canadians and 2 Americans in the top 8 so far.
This is the beginning of a bad joke. 4 Canadians, 2 Americans walk into a bar.
Yeah, and to just very politely have a few drinks.
Yeah.
If there was an Irishman in there,
yeah.
Just one is all you
Irishman?
need. Just one Irishman. Next up, we have the old classic Audi Corvette face-off that we're used to seeing. So it is the it's not even, I always say, like, it's like, you should assume it's a 2J or something. It's a VR6 turbo.
Yeah, which they've de-stroked. And no, they've removed displacement but increased compression on it.
Yep, it's a 3-liter and it goes up against the Corvette of Jaden Mortarana. Into the first corner they go. Jay firing it in there. Ooh. Oh, and you can see right away Andre trying to do his best to catch him, and he does catch him. Look at this from Andre in the Audi, pushing through the center section. Not backing down, Andre right there. And look at Jay. Wow, look at this proximity. Here we go. Sending him to the wall. Wow. Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Goosebumps are out.
Everybody got the goosebumps there. I thought it was going to be a big old crash for a while there, but they made it work. That is impressive stuff.
Jaden Mortarana making waves in Formula Drift, and I know, speaking with the team, Andre looking to make his jump into Formula Drift at some point, and this is a great thing to add to the resume. This chase was nuts.
Andre Mishenko.
It's just, remember that name. Remember that name. I feel like we're going to be reading that and hearing that a lot more, but that chase, the timing was crazy. It was an obscure line in the chase, but he made it work really well, and then basically just starts pushing Jay through the finish line.
Can you imagine if that was that the parking sensors have gone crazy in that Audi? He was so close. A fully carbon Kevlar Audi RS5 with the engine from, which is a Volkswagen Touareg, we would call it like an SUV, but also the VR6 comes in a lot of the old
Corrado,
stuff like that. So but they've stroked it to 3-liter, they were telling me. So a 3-liter, which is even insane. Anyway, doesn't matter because it's just a drift car and he's doing really well and you still have to drive it, and that's exactly what Andre Mishenko did. Now Jay is going to have to bring some heat here, going to have to bring everything he's got, because I'll be honest with you, that is a phenomenal chase run and the lead run is a little sketchy. Jay's got to do something very special here.
Let's see how this Audi does and what Jay does to answer. Jay getting right on his door and pushing. As we see that carbon Kevlar Audi now starting to stretch its legs. Will the young gentleman in the green Corvette be able to respond? Cuts the line, changes it up a little bit, and now, whoa! Does he knock the Audi back into drift? He says, no, I'm not done with you. Taps the rear corner, pushes him through.
That is wild.
What a battle.
I had this moment in my head where I was like, can you imagine if there was a Fox body Mustang and an Audi RS5 as the 2 top cars, and then someone arrived at this event and never saw drifting and went, oh, this must be the popular things that people do.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
And then there's a 16-year-old that's just pushing the Audi around.
There's a 16-year-old. I mean, I couldn't even drive on Gran Turismo as good as this kid at 16, and he's out here doing it for real.
I don't even think he has his full driver's license yet. I'm pretty sure he still has to have his dad as a passenger, so.
You can't get a driver's license until 18 where I'm from, and still, at 18, I would be struggling to drive like that.
Wild. Absolutely
That is
wild.
insane. I mean, these are guys that, if you think about it, showcasing the talent here in Canada, well, here you go.
Yeah.
Not only the building of cars like TSH Auto can do, but Andre's driving and also Jay's driving. Incredible stuff. A decision will come in from our judges. It's for a space in our top 8. Who's going to get the call? Andre Mishenko in the Audi gets the call going through to the top 8. I can see that. That chase run.
Yeah.
I mean, you were going to have to do something very special to manage that. And again, Jay tried it. He did everything he could, but he just lost a little bit of ground on the first corner, and it was enough.
Yeah, it's all it takes. But yeah, Jay should be super, super pumped. That was an absolutely incredible run, and Andre, excited to see what he's able to do in his next set of battles. He's going to be going up against Josiah. Josiah building a one-off FDF custom Mega Mantis kit for this car. So he knows it well.
As you do.
As you do.
As you do. Hello, I would like a Mega Mantis kit for an Audi RS5. Click. I would have been like, click.
Yeah.
Got another prank call, Josiah. Another guy on a phone about an Audi. But anyway, here it is. And while I have to soak in that and realize that I've watched an Audi win a drift battle for the first time in my life, I'm going to take a little sit down because it's a little overwhelming. And I'm going to leave you with some commercial breaks from the people making this whole event possible. Don't go anywhere. We're back with more action from the LZ World Tour here in Montreal very soon.
Tires, tires, tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 tread-wear ultra-high performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
Play me some of that Able Pimpin', man.
Top of the line ECU, turn a wideband, e-throttle control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road, and we would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives.
All right, we are back here in Montreal, and we are getting some really unfortunate news.
Yeah, we're getting unfortunate news from Nate Hamilton's camp that the car just not getting the temperatures down. Something strange happening with that car all weekend. And of course, you're on the road. You don't have your tuner there. You don't have all your, your ability to check it on a dyno. So he just doesn't want to risk the engine on the car. Doesn't want to risk anything because the engine and everything else is good now. He just doesn't want to do any damage by some stupid coolant problem. So he's going to have to bow out, unfortunately, which means Lee Yearwood will get the automatic buy run into our top 8. And Lee, a little bit of luck on his side here, Jacob. I mean,
it takes sometimes.
Sometimes battles and sometimes this drifting thing, you just need a little bit of luck. And Lee doesn't always have it. He has had some bad luck calls. He's had some bad luck moments. And this is a good luck moment. He's into the top 8. Big smoky Orby run coming your way.
What do you do with this? You just throw one in for the fans?
Oh, 100%.
Not that I can drive like this, but
let's be honest, Lee's out there just making sure this thing screams and it's still staying going. And of course, you'll take every run as another practice run just to get, you wonder why these drivers get so good towards the end of the competition. Yes, you're obviously getting better drivers because they're who is adapted to the track, but it's also you're getting that muscle memory. You're starting to remember every single zone and what's happening, and you get more and more practice. You get more laps than everybody else. You automatically get more consistent. So Lee Yearwood put in a great run there and getting himself through, and we're starting to warm up our next battle, which is going to be a huge battle, which is Adam LZ taking on Mark Landerville. So you've got ex-Canadian champion going up against LZ. So Landerville, he's the big dog, big dog in these parts. But then LZ rolls in with his own circus and says, wait, I might be the big dog this weekend. So this is going to be a very interesting battle between LZ and Mark Landerville to see who can get through to the semi-final. Remember, if you get to the semi-final, you get 2 shots at the podium. So both of these drivers know if they win this, they've got 2 shots at the podium, and that's a brilliant weekend all around.
I'm sure the local fans are a little divided too. Lots of people coming out, obviously, to see LZ and the crew, but also, to cheer on the local boys. So it's got to be a bit divisive in the crowd right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it either way. It doesn't bother me who wins. Nope. I just want to see some door-on-door action. That's exactly what we're going to get from both of these guys. As LZ, with highest qualifier, will be in the lead position. Landerville in the chase position. LZ clicks it into gear and sends it off the line. As LZ goes to that first corner, smoking wheels. Landerville very aggressive from the off. Landerville not letting LZ out of the side here as he goes on to the door. Landerville bringing the fight through the first corner and cutting corner. Landerville with a risky transition, backs off a little bit, and now makes a big dive. Landerville makes contact when LZ pushes him offline, and that is what we came here to see, Montreal.
That was sweet.
Such a move.
Not that I ever want to see, anybody's car get hurt, but it's a pretty good way to see somebody's car get hurt.
Landerville came through the transition and was like, to the moon, and just sent it.
I think he knew right here. As soon as you see Adam come off the line, you're like, oh, he is really, really quick. And Mark Landerville knows what to do with other quick drivers, and that's what he does here. He gets it lined up, pulls a little bit of angle out, but keeps the proximity the entire way through. And then even through here, you already know Mark Landerville is loading the car up for this dive right here. And Adam kind of sees it and just gets back on power. And no, it's like, hey, okay, he's going to get a little tap in. That's fine. I'll get back on it. Just pro moves from both of them. Both drivers knew exactly what to do in that situation.
It's good stuff, though. Either way, you got to say, the risk that Landerville took there to put the exclamation point to the judges, it paid off in one way with the proximity, but he also made a little bit of contact, which again, is going to be judged later on of how that affected LZ's line. But at the same time, Landerville, he's got a bumper coming off here, Landerville, I think, which is obviously due to the little bit of contact. So,
see a little mark right there.
Yeah, a little mark. If you're wondering, did he or did he not hit? I mean, the jury is in. He definitely did. A little bit of blue on the front bumper. So we'll see if we can remove that bumper from Landerville's car. So Landerville has gone into the burnout box. I wonder if he's just checking to see if the steering is okay on the car. That's probably what he's doing. And he might be calling a 5-minute rule. Well, he's automatically called the 5-minute rule if he's left the track.
Yeah.
So Landerville goes back to the pits just to see if there's any impact from. I presume he's checking the steering. I presume he's checking the alignment.
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, he looked like he finished the run fine, but I doubt he's going all the way back there just to pull the bumper off. It might be to take a look and see what steering's like at that point in time.
Yeah, not too sure. I mean, our marshals are just as confused. They're wondering, is it just to remove the bumper or is it something more sinister? But I think it's probably just to make sure everything's okay for the second half of this run. LZ sits on the start line. And this could be a nervy moment for a chase driver when you don't see the lead car for a while. You're just sitting there. So a 5-minute rule called by Mark Landerville right now to make sure that he has that car at 100%.
So I think we're going to turn Adam around here, but let's take a look at the replay here, and we can see right as they come through this section, Landerville has already started to line up the car. You can see him adding a bit of angle in, and then starts to shift back through this transition point. And then as he dives in, you can almost watch the car load up as he builds up the momentum of it and then shoots in. So let's see here if there was a ton of contact. There definitely was some, but not massive. But enough. I mean, the tie rods are not big on these. They're what? You know, a few millimeters.
Yeah,
really.
exactly. And also remember, you're hitting someone at motorway speed or highway speed, as you would say.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're just a little bump. It might look like a little bump, you know, because they're both moving at the same speed, but they're both moving at a tremendous amount of speed. So when it's a little touch like that, there's a lot of inertia behind it. So we're going to move it on. I think LZ's been pushed off the track, not pushed off, but told to go and wait for Mark Landerville. And Landerville on that 5-minute rule. LZ up saying hello to all the fans.
Yeah,
giving a big high
fives
fives to all the fans in the background. You can see him on your screen. He's giving everybody a high five as they go through. Not a bad way to kill some time while you're waiting for your opponent. And we move to our next battle, which will be Tommy Lemaire against Andrew Shorkey. So Shorkey in that battle against Kevin Moran. Well, so am I right in saying that Shorkey's taken down 1 Canadian champion? Yep. And in order to go to the top 4, you'd have to take down 2 Canadian champions.
Yeah.
Today might just be his day. And you say he's the rising star of Canada.
He's up there.
Time to cause another upset maybe as Andrew Shorkey chases in. Tommy Lemaire into that first corner. Lemaire takes it to the wall. Andrew Shorkey goes up onto the door. Now Shorkey being clever here. Not a lot of angle, but staying with proximity. And here's another close one. As Andrew Shorkey loses a little ground through the center section, but goes for that big dive at the end. Tommy Lemaire putting the foot down though, and that car is so fast in the lead position. Tommy Lemaire spinning up those Accelera 651s from Tire Streets. And I'll tell you one thing. Lemaire is going to be tough to beat today. He was tough to beat last year. He won the LZ World Tour in Toronto. He did a backflip off the roof of the car. Secretly, I kind of want to see it again. Yeah. Unless over the last year he's given up the backflips, but I feel he hasn't. And maybe that's Andrew Shorkey. He did a good job though. First corner, you couldn't ask for more from Shorkey. He takes the shallow line. He gets on the door. But as you see, watch it right here, Lemaire puts the foot down, and Shorkey just doesn't have an answer for that forward pace of Lemaire. And even though Shorkey's kind of shortcutting the track, you just can't catch any proximity. The pace of Lemaire, the way he's driving that car, is tough to match.
Yeah, I mean, Shorkey's running, it's an NALS. I mean, it's a really well-built LS, but at the end of the day, the difference is pretty notable. So I will say, though, I am also excited to see if Andrew Shorkey can do a backflip off of his car.
I'll tell you who's not going to be doing a backflip off the car, me or you.
No.
That's for sure. Or if we did, we wouldn't be here to tell the tale.
It would be a half flip. And then
yeah, we might need the medics. So here we go. Andrew Shorkey in the lead. Tommy Lemaire in the chase. Canadian championship. Oh, look at that. Really close proximity from Tommy Lemaire as he throws it into that first corner. Lemaire right there toying, playing cat and mouse with Andrew Shorkey as he makes a big dive into the infield. Tommy Lemaire. Oh, unbelievable transition from Tommy Lemaire. How he got away with that one as he comes through right up onto the door. Tommy Lemaire making it very obvious what he came here to do, and that is win this event. Unbelievable.
I will say, I mean, Andrew Shorkey did exactly what he did to win over Kevin Moran as well. Throws in a bunch of angle, mixes things up, tosses angle in a lot of different places, and basically just tries to shake off the chase here. But Tommy Lemaire, just so good in the chase.
Watch this transition through the center section. Look, so close. This is the one, right? Boom, and right up onto the door. Unbelievable.
And then just reels, right? Just knows, okay, I can add in a little bit more, add in a little bit more. And then even right here at the end, Andrew Shorkey just adds like a flare. It's like a little tweak to the run.
Yeah, big angle.
Throws the back out, just like a little.
And
like,
Lemaire,
hey.
I thought was going to get collected in the wall, but he made it work.
Nah, it was good.
That's very good.
I mean, if you were watching Shorkey all day, you knew this was
unbelievable.
Going on,
well, Cerise is down on track, and she's going to have a word with our drivers while the judges try and decide a winner. Cerise, that was phenomenal from both the Canadian drivers.
If there is one thing I can say with certainty, is that Canada does not play when it comes to drifting. Tommy, that was incredible. You have done a great job all weekend. How do you feel about going against Shorkey? Shorkey, you're pulling up in style. Come and stand on the side of me.
Oh, I loved it. I love Quebec crowds. It's so fun today. Tommy's so good. I'm just happy to be here driving with him.
And how are you feeling?
Awesome, awesome. As I said, we want to give you a show, guys. Was it good enough?
It's a blast to watch from the ground level. I can't imagine what it looks like from the grandstands. This is going to be difficult for the judges. I had my cameraman betting that it's a one more time. What do you think?
I would love One more time. I would love a one more time.
All right, cool.
On accelerators, let's do one more time.
All right, judges, what do you think?
So we got our decision dropping in. Remember, this is going to be for a spot in the semi-final. Who is going to get the call? Will it be Andrew Shorkey? Will it be Tommy Lemaire? And going through to the top 4 is Tommy Lemaire. Tommy Lemaire gets the win and goes through to the top 4. He could go undefeated at LZ World Tour events in Canada right now. He hasn't been beaten in 2 years, but he still has, you know, some battles to do.
He's got work to go.
2 very important ones actually left to go. But Tommy Lemaire, I mean, no question there. We could go, converse with the judges, but if you're a drift fan, you'll know. Being close, being smoky, and doing a good lead run, and it's going to be enough to get you through. Andrew Shorkey did, I think, as good as he could do with the machinery he had, but he got a little out-card and a little bit out-experienced there.
Yeah, it's so tough. We're talking about one of the most dominant drivers that's ever come out of Quebec, and you just do what you got to do. And I think Andrew put up a great battle, and it's another driver that you remember the name. Go check out Misfit Drifts. They make some really, really cool content as well, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them soon.
I want to just see more of the pink socks and the cheetah shorts. That's all I want to see.
I'm saying, I don't want to call it too soon, but he's turning into the Luke Fink of Canada.
There's some style going on there that I could not pull off, but he looks pretty comfortable with it, and I'm all for it.
He's confident at least.
Exactly. We're moving on back to the start line. Speaking of style, we got the RB of Lee Yearwood taking on the EcoBoost Ford Mustang of Chelsea Denofa. Denofa and Yearwood, who would have thought?
Yep.
And here we are in the top 8 for another semi-final place up for grabs. Chelsea Denofa in that lead position, qualifying in the top 3. He's going to lead him in. Yearwood's got to be aggressive. He knows the credentials of Chelsea Denofa, regardless of the machinery. And Denofa goes wide again. Perfect line from Denofa. Yearwood with a little wash in the chase, and now he's got to make it up as he comes through. Yearwood now starts to get aggressive, but has a little back off there, afraid of some contact. Bootlet opening on Chelsea Denofa's car. I wonder is it a distraction to Lee Yearwood? Here we go. As we go into that last corner, across the line they go.
A little bit of active arrow in that run from Chelsea Denofa.
Yep.
I was expecting, just a small chimp to come out the back and start throwing tacks or
2023 was all about bonnet pins and hood pins. It's all about bootlet pins in 24.
It's definitely a throwback for Chelsea Denofa. I love the initiation he's been throwing down this entire time. Lines it up to the wall, holds it really, really tight to the wall, but doesn't get super aggressive, doesn't scrub a ton of angle. Lee Yearwood in the chase here does a good job. I mean, I would expect him to be a little bit closer. That RB should be way outpowering that EcoBoost. But Chelsea Denofa knows how to drive this car so well. It's nuts to think about how many competitions he's won in this as well. Like, it's... Yeah. Yeah, just on paper. Yeah, the experience is what's going to make the difference here. Lee Yearwood out front now in that monster up BMW. And let's see if he is able to outrun the champ, Chelsea Denofa. He starts to put on a bit of a gap, and right here, Chelsea Denofa playing with wheel speed and getting the momentum in as he dives into this last outside zone. And that Fox body starts pushing in deeper in on the BMW. Chelsea Denofa, Lee Yearwood, wow. Oh! Take a step back from the wall there, Michael. It's not safe. Yeah, he's getting everything out of it, especially with a turbo, like you said, that's losing horsepower.
Guys, am I live? You want me to do this one, or are you taking this?
That's all you, Cerise.
All right, let's go. All right, gentlemen, come on over here. That was so much fun. Chelsea, I have to say it's an honor to announce for you now that you are no longer with FD and you are here at the LZ World Tour. Lee, it is always a pleasure. That was insane. This thing throws down. You almost clapped the wall over there.
Yeah, Lee didn't give me much room on the exit, so I'm like, I'm going to go over here anyway. I'll just put it on the wall.
This car's just not loud enough. I didn't hear him that close.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. That's right, for sure.
True.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, how do you feel about watching these two gentlemen compete, huh? An absolute honor, an absolute pleasure. Gentlemen in the judges' booth, what do we have to say about these drivers?
Well, we got to say who's going through to the top 4, and the winner of the battle is Chelsea DeNova. Chelsea DeNova gets the win and goes through to the top 4. The little Mustang that could is still in the competition. And when I say little Mustang, we've come a long way, right? Because that is a small car, and now a Mustang is about as big as a house. So Chelsea DeNova hops in. He's going to be in the top 4. We've got Tommy Lemaire in the top 4. So we got a U.S. champion and a Canadian champion in the top 4. But will we have 2 Canadian champions in the top 4? The only one that can stand in the way of that is Adam LZ. First half of the run between Landerville and LZ. Landerville making contact with LZ, and now it looks like Landerville has called his 5-minute rule, and the car is A-OK. LZ all good and ready to go. LZ in the chase position. Now, Landerville brought the heat, Jacob. He brought a lot of heat.
Yeah.
He may have even made contact, but he was definitely there the whole run. So LZ cannot back down there. He's got to go for this, and I don't care how much fun this competition is. He's got to put the car on the line here.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what Adam's going to do. He's going to just push this as hard as he can and just make sure that there's no doubt. I mean, you don't want to win just by a little bit of contact or anything like that. So it is going to be an absolutely aggressive run here. And, you know, Mark knows that he's got to do something a little bit different in order to get this. So as they come off the line here, let's take a look.
Big pace from Landerville on the entry here. As LZ now playing catch-up, but he gets right up onto the door. LZ came to play. And here we go, door to door through the inside zone. Late transition. LZ, can he make a big dive? He can make a big dive. As Landerville brings the heat, and LZ goes to the rear quarter pound. LZ hit the door of Mark Landerville. Hand out the window. Wow.
A little bit of a tit for tat on that one. This is one way to show you're here to party, you're here to play, and here to have a good time. Adam LZ did just such a textbook job here in the chase. Adds more angle than Landerville does off initiation. Scrubs that a little bit to get the proximity back. Landerville does a really good job out front here through this first section. Cuts in really tight through this transition. Adam basically predicts it. And then Landerville a little bit shallow. So
that was the bit for me. He missed that outer zone,
yeah.
and it kind of, he was fast, but he missed a little zone there, and then it allowed LZ with a little smoother on the transition to make a big dive. And look at this. Hand out the window from Landerville. Tire on the door from LZ. Are you not entertained?
That was
unbelievable. As they both exit, Cerise, that must have been top-level adrenaline right there.
Yeah, that was crazy. I swear to God, their wheels were almost kissing there at the end. All right, let me go see if I can catch up with these drivers. Can you give us a little insight as to what happened earlier?
I touched it a little bit, so my toe is bent in the front, so yeah, it is what it is, but it was still a fun battle, and yeah.
You're having a good time?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, for sure, he says. Adam, how you feel about that second one? That was crazy. You guys were, I swear, your wheels kissed back there.
He did a phenomenal chase when I had my lead, and I knew that I had to give it everything, which is my favorite time, because I can just drive as hard as I can, and I don't know which way it's going to go, but it was a good time.
Yeah. No, that's going to be a tough call for sure. You having fun?
Oh, absolutely.
Good, good, good. All right, judges, let's see what you have to say. Well done to both of these gentlemen. Everybody give it up, please, one time.
Phenomenal job from both drivers, but someone's going through to the semi-final. Will it be the Canadian champion, Mark Landerville, or will it be Adam LZ? Who's going to get the call to go to the final 4? Results are in, and it's Adam LZ. Adam LZ goes to the top 4. Mark Landerville, well, if you look at it, more proximity from LZ, and then it's that contact from Landerville as well that pushed LZ off the track, and Landerville missing one of the outer zones as well, if you want to get technical about it. If you don't, it was 2 awesome runs, and LZ's was just a little bit better. That's pretty much what it was, and it came down to those crazy chase runs. I'll tell you one thing. I mean, one of my things now is, if you look at this lining up between Lemaire and LZ,
yeah,
like,
it's stacking up to be an incredible Final Four.
From my perspective right now, you got LZ and Lemaire. both think they can win this competition from here now. So that's going to be a huge semi-final. We got Chelsea Denofa in the other, and then we're going to have the most unconventional other semi-final because he's going to face either an E46 wagon with a 2J or an Audi with a VR6. So welcome to the LZ World Tour. It doesn't have to make sense. Stop trying to make it make sense. Now, here we go. 2 Canadian builds, and when Josiah's all built the suspension for the car he's actually taken on. So Josiah Fillet is in the lead position. Andre Vyshchenko in the chase, and a big jump from Josiah Fillet is from the off there. It looks like Andre is struggling with traction in the Audi, as the Audi just not getting the jump off the start line. Josiah doing a good job of taking it to the exterior. Zone's not super deep, and look, and here comes Andre. Big push into the last corner, but washing a little bit wide in that chase position as he goes across the finish line. And it's all about that run-up for me. What happened? Andre just got left a little napping on the line, couldn't get traction. Something went wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're making all that horsepower, just a little bit of wheel spin, you can see it there. Just a little bit right off the bat. Isn't able to get the car hooked up again, and Josiah just drag racers launch right off the go.
And I think that's sometimes why some drivers will stage themselves back a little bit. So they allow themselves the time to, you know, roll a little bit, get up in the revs. Andre, maybe a little bit of inexperience there against Josiah. Josiah was definitely like, if you're going to be that slow, I'm going to be gone. So that's exactly what he did. And you can see that Andre made a big move at the end, but he's making arced corners, triangles. So once he goes in fast, he's got to stop fast, and then it gives more advantage to Josiah. So Josiah, to me, having a little advantage from the first run, but now he's got to do the chase in here against a very competent lead run from Andre. We know he's got it in the bag, so this is going to be a good one here.
Yeah, Josiah obviously knows what's going on, but Andre also knows what's going on, and that means he's going to have to drive his heart out. So let's see if he does that here. Good initiation right on the wall, but Josiah anticipates it and almost puts the back end of the wagon into the side of the Audi. It's the battle of the banker versus the soccer mom here as the Audi picks up a bunch more grip and tries to speed away. And we've got a small accident on the 401 as they come through the last bit of that zone. Somebody call insurance.
Wow. Just we had a rear end collision there at one of the outer zones. Haven't seen that. It was strange. I mean, to me, Josiah didn't really need to push that hard. He pushed super hard through the run, and let's be honest, he kind of had the advantage already, and I think he took a big risk there. Now, I'm not sure what happened. We'll check the replay out, but right here, you know, you're thinking Andre, nice run on the wall. Josiah gets super close on the initiation. And he says he's having fun this weekend. He's definitely having fun here as he gets so close. But this is where the separation starts. And this is just horsepower difference as Andre pushes through. But then Andre doing a good job here staying on the throttle. Josiah transitions in a weird place, kind of hits him in the rear, but they both stay in it. So it's hard to know. Josiah, to me, maybe if he causes that, is that a bigger mistake than Andre not having the proximity in the first run? Hard to know. Sort of a tale of two mistakes. One was on the start line, the other was a rear-end collision. And I know in insurance terms, rear-end collisions are always your fault. But Cerise, what did they make of that one down there? Some rubbing some paint out there, and a tough battle to call.
Yeah, no, if there was a quantifiable level of skill between these two drivers, it would be absolutely off the charts. Josiah has shown up time and time again in the Corvette, and you have blown people away. I know that you said you enjoy driving this car. How is it doing for you in competition?
It's a little slow, but I'm making it work.
And as far as power difference, how would you have treated this run differently if you were in the Corvette?
The Corvette has a lot more response on throttle, so basically I cannot make any mistakes in this car. The Corvette, you can kind of make mistakes and you can just recover.
Well, we'll have to see what the judges have to say about this last run, but well done overall. I'm going to check in with our friend over here in the Audi. We got a little Eurofighter action happening. I love it. You have done exceptionally well in this car all weekend. I know that in practice, the judges had a lot of great things to say about you. How are you feeling about this last session?
Oh, it was pretty much good, but when I started, I was spinning a lot, but we have what we have, you know?
It is what it is. Now, I heard that this chassis has been reduced by 700 pounds because of the work that you guys have done to it. It's serving you well. Obviously, you're going against Josiah Fillet, who's a very valiant competitor. We're going to have to see what the judges have to say about this. So let's throw it back to them now and see how they deliberate.
Yeah, thank you so much.
He's coming over. All right, here you go. Good job, man. Judges, how are we doing?
Yeah, well, we can announce that it's an FDF Race Shop angle kit that's won this battle.
Shocker.
Shocker. But who is actually going to win this battle and go through to the top four? Josiah Falaise gets the win. Josiah Falaise gets the win and goes through in his practice party drift taxi to the top 4 to take on another party car in Chelsea Denofa. Give it up for an incredible performance, an incredible build by TSH Auto. That incredible Audi is out in top 8 in its test session. Give it up one more time for two of the craziest cats in Canada, Andre and Josiah. Josiah moving on to our top 4 to take on Chelsea Denofa, as I mentioned. So their top 4 will be semi-final of LZ versus Lemaire, Denofa versus Josiah Falaise. And you know what? I'm gonna take a little breather, get myself a nice little some hydrating liquid, because it's gonna be wild. We know these last couple of battles are for all the marbles, for those Kansai Wheel trophies. So don't go anywhere if you're at home. If you're here in attendance, we're gonna give you some messages from some people supporting this crazy competition. Have a listen, we're back soon.
Tires, tires, tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 tread-wear ultra-high-performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
Play me some of that able pimpin', man.
Let's go!
Top bill on ECU, internal wideband, throttle control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives, where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road, and we would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives.
We are back live and heading to our semifinals here at the LZ World Tour. Got a little chance to talk to the judges about that previous call. Looks to me like, and to the judges obviously, more importantly, that Andre was on the wrong line. Wrong line, Josiah on the right line. Collision was caused by Andre being on the wrong line. So there you go. We're moving on to our semifinal, and it's a big one. Lemaire versus LZ.
Yeah, two of the highest horsepower cars here, two of incredibly experienced drivers. This is going to be wild. They've both been driving with nuts proximity and a ton of aggression. This could be a lot of carnage.
I'm going to be honest when I say that I've been looking forward to these two facing off somewhere in the world. And it's happening here in Canada. The current Canadian champion, the DMCC King, takes on the king of going around the world and beating kings, which is LZ. So let's see what happens as they come off the line. Adam LZ in the lead position, spinning tires on the run-up. Lemaire is on his back bumper. No way he's letting him get away through that first corner. Lemaire bringing the heat onto LZ's rear. LZ going very wide, but getting back in for that inner zone as Lemaire now starts to fire through. Got to make a move, and it's going to have to be late as Lemaire makes a big one, and LZ spins out. Whoa. LZ loses the back of the car, and Lemaire makes the overtake, and the Canadian fans go wild.
I know we saw passes earlier, but this is not one of those practice passes.
In fantasy battles, we saw a bit of that, but I don't think that was intentional at all from LZ. It looked like he just lost the back end of that car.
I think he's just trying to be so aggressive, knowing that Tommy Lemaire is going to be able to match anything he does. You push, you go for that last little bit, you go at 10/10 the entire time. So let's take a look here. Adam ripping through the accelerators all the way through the line. And this initiation here, as soon as you saw this, you knew it was going to be a good battle. Tommy Lemaire matching and mirroring the angle and line of Adam LZ perfectly. And right here through the transition, yeah, you can see it almost looks like he left foot brakes in the transition. You see the front side down.
And a little bobble because the track isn't perfectly smooth. You can see the back end of the car hop up and down a little bit. It just unsettled things. So now what we've got a situation is all of the score goes to Tommy Lemaire. The 0 goes to LZ. And now we've got an unhinged LZ. Oh, so we have a 5, and there's more drama. More drama on track as Tommy Lemaire now calls a 5-minute rule.
Wow.
So we have a broken car for Tommy Lemaire. We've got all the points towards Tommy Lemaire, and we have absolutely no idea what's going on. So
Plot thickens.
The thick plottins, as they say.
The thought thickens.
So Tommy Lemaire firing into his pits, calling a 5 minutes, something up with the car. So he's lost his supercharger belt. So that's not, I mean, I'm no mechanic, but I feel like you could do that.
Yeah.
It's not like putting a belt in your trousers.
Hey, he could just, take it off and see if he can beat Adam with several hundred
He probably still has the horsepower without the supercharger belt. So we have Adam LZ and Tommy Lemaire. We're halfway through. LZ is down. He's zeroed out, but Lemaire is in the pits and not sure if he'll get back out onto the track. The drama here in Montreal. Montreal, are you still with me? Having a good time? We are being treated to some insane stuff today. What a show so far. And now we got the battle of the suspension experts.
Right.
The suspension experts in drifting. Yeah, the setup kings. Chelsea Denofa, for all of his time at BC Racing. Josiah Fillet is the owner and engineer at FDF Race Shop. We've got two very conventional cars too. We've got a Fox Body Mustang with a 4-cylinder Ford engine. And we've got a 2JZ E46 Drift Taxi with 4 seats in it. It's going to be and you know what? This is the 2 lowest horsepower cars in the competition are in the top 4, which says a lot about the driving ability of these 2 drivers. You've got Josiah Fillets, who's over in Drift Masters trying to win there. You've got ex-FD champion Chelsea Denofa, current and reigning FD champion until that gets sorted out later in the year. So Chelsea Denofa in the lead, Josiah Fillets in the chase, and Josiah Fillets will want to take down Chelsea Denofa here. Big bragging rights, but Chelsea Denofa has been on rails all weekend as they go into that first corner. Look at this. No power advantage here as Josiah goes up onto the door of the Fox Body. And Chelsea Denofa on that perfectly smooth lead line as Josiah Fillets now fires through that transition. Big dive coming up as they go right to the edge of the circuit. Look at this absolute perfection from Chelsea Denofa and Josiah Fillets. Oh, and Chelsea hits the wall.
He's not going to be able to get into his gas flap anymore.
To be fair, the only car that can hit that wall and show no damage is that Fox Body because it's all steel. So it basically is just the wall. We actually might need to check the wall for cracks down there because that thing is, it ain't got fiberglass or Kevlar back there.
You love to see how both drivers are just on throttle through the entire run, and that's what makes this so exciting. In the same way that the Tommy and Adam battle was exciting because of the matchup, this is the same thing. Just low power, what these drivers are able to do with 300 and 400 horsepower respectively is nuts. Chelsea DeNova literally on throttle through the entire run. Josiah does have to make a big correction there and does miss his zone to dive in, but that's about it.
But I think what you've got here is Chelsea DeNova has a light car with 300 horsepower. Josiah has a heavy car with 400 horsepower. So it's sort of balancing out.
Right.
And it almost looks like Chelsea's got more pace in the car, which is even more sensational to think. But one half of the battle done. Chelsea DeNova now in the chase position. Can he get up onto the door of the FDF Race Shop Party Wagon? We're about to find out. It is for a spot in the final. Who's going to the final? Will the lowest horsepower car on the grid go to the final, or will the second lowest horsepower kid go to the final? We're about to find out. DeNova fires in on Fillets into that first corner. Perfect line from Josiah, allowing Chelsea to get right up on the door. Chelsea DeNova bringing the heat through the center section as they transition back. Look at this. DeNova not leaving an inch. This is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's all about at the LZ World Tour. Bringing the A-game in a low horsepower car. Take your sequentials, take your quick changes, take everything, throw them in the trash, because all you need is a crazy man called DeNova and 300 horsepower to put yourself maybe into the final. Unbelievable scenes here in Montreal.
Everybody in this booth, everybody in the stands, laughing, clapping. This is what drifting is all about. Going up against giants and juggernauts and taking them down. And Chelsea DeNova with 300 horsepower in a Fox body Mustang with suspension designed in the 70s is absolutely crushing it. This is the closest stand. You can't get closer because he just was touching him for most of the run.
To be honest, that's one of the best chase runs I've ever seen, and it's in a 300 horsepower car. This is unbelievable. One more time, give it up for Chelsea DeNova and Josiah Fillets.
All right, guys, I'm going to take this over if you don't mind. That was incredible. We love to see these cars that are approachable. I mean, you could be out here driving a Fox body next to one of Canada's best, but you're not Chelsea DeNova. So here we have two guys. You guys were on throttle pretty much the whole time. He was saying last time there's really no room for error. Do you feel the same in this car?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same for sure.
Yeah, no, this is real grassroots driving, but at the highest level, like whatever. So we're going to have to see what you have to say in the judges' booth because this run...
He doored me better for sure.
Right. This is for a chance.
But it was good. It was good.
This is for a chance for a spot in the final. Just to remind you all, these are the awards that they're ready to win from Kansai Wheels. Thank you so much. Shout out to Kansai Wheels for helping sponsor this event. Promo, baby. All right. All right, judges, what do you have to say?
Well, it's for a spot in the final, and going through to the final here in Montreal is Chelsea DeNova. Chelsea DeNova goes through to the final in a 300 horsepower car, and it sounds that strange coming out of my mouth because it shouldn't make sense at all, but it does. The judges, I mean, every one of us here in the tower, I mean, sometimes you don't need to be an expert to watch something awesome and say, that's the winner, right? And that is one of those battles where you go, that is as good as it gets with the machinery that he was given. Unbelievable stuff, and we've got a 300 horsepower car going a minimum of second in this event, and that's what the LZ World Tour is all about. But a massive part of this is also what we bring with Tire Streets and the Accelera 651, because if everybody's on that tire, it comes down to driver ability. It's not just about horsepower, grip, and how much money you've spent, and that's why Tire Streets have just changed the game here at the LZ World Tour, sponsoring every driver on the grid with tires. And here's another one rolling to the line that I'm anxious to see. Landerville, he gets the supercharger belt on. He's a 0 on LZ. So 0 means that all LZ can do here is hope he pushes Lemaire into a mistake. And push has got to be the word, because Lemaire has to make a big mistake. He has to 0 out. So LZ expect him to bring the chase run of his life here to try and scare Tommy Lemaire into a massive error. Into gear they go, and look at LZ creeping already. Expect that bright blue BMW to be right there with Lemaire on entry, and he is. LZ up onto the door, and this is as close as the last battle with DeNova. Look at this from LZ as he brings the heat. Expect a big dive here as LZ comes through. There we have it, and LZ up onto the rear quarter panel of Tommy Lemaire. This event is bringing it all. LZ pushing the current Canadian champion across the line, but it might be too little, too late.
This is what it looks like when you have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Adam LZ already knows he's behind the 8-ball and has to push hard, and what that leads to is one of the best chase runs we've seen today, and that is saying something coming off the last battle of Chelsea DeNofa. Look at Adam LZ here. Finds his way into the pocket, settles in with the change, and just lays there and hangs out in the pocket of Tommy Lemaire through this entire run. Through the transition, is patient, and then right here, as you called it, Dave, loads up the car, gets on the throttle, lights up the tires, and right back onto the rear quarter of Tommy Lemaire.
Yeah, he didn't make it easy for Tommy Lemaire, but unfortunately, it looks like on the first one, whatever happened to LZ, we're going to find out from Cerise. Cerise, incredible drivers, but LZ making a big error. Which way is this one going to go? You guys will know more than us down trackside.
Yeah, no, I was excited when I saw these two names on the bracket, and they absolutely did not disappoint. Let's go, give it up, give it up, give it up! Some of the best drivers, guys. That was incredible. Adam, the judges said that that was probably one of the best race runs that they've seen all weekend. How do you feel about it?
I knew Tommy's an amazing driver, so I went to level 11 on my lead run and went a little bit too hot into the back corner. So on my chase, I was just like, I'm going to put on the best I can. He's going to do an amazing lead, and you did that. So thank you.
Some of FD's best. That was incredible. Way to put on a good show. We're getting ready to go into the finals now, so we're going to have to see what the judges have to say. Tommy, how are you feeling?
Awesome. I want to say a big thank you to Adam LZ, because this is because of him that we are all here today. So let's give him a big applause.
There's nothing but good vibes on this track right now. Gentlemen in the judges booth, let's see who is going to take the biggest vibe of all right now.
Yeah, we got a finalist to find, and it's up against Chelsea DeNofa. Who's going through? And it will be Tommy Lemaire. Tommy Lemaire gets the win. No surprise there with the spin out from LZ. And you know what it means, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got the current Canadian champion going up against the current U.S. champion in the final. And of course, Chelsea DeNofa is not going to be in the car that he won the U.S. championship in. Tommy Lemaire very much is. So he's going to be, Tommy Lemaire's in his own car. Chelsea DeNofa is in a car that is about a third of the horsepower. But you know what? Stranger things have happened. Yeah. And that's why we picked this layout and we picked these Accelera 651s, because it gives you moments that would never happen in any other series. We hope you guys are tuning in at home, enjoying every minute of this stream. We're trying to make it as good and as presentable for you guys as possible. Hope you're chilling out and enjoying it. Everybody here in attendance, it's been amazing. This has been an amazing event. You've been on your seats all day, but I think for the finals, we need to start getting warmed up. I think we need to start getting a little crazy. I think we need to let a crazy Australian come out here and do a burnout. Who wants to see a burnout? One more time from Jason Farron from Keep It Read. Montreal, I'm gonna need you to be a little louder than that. 3, 2, 1, make some noise. Well, we're about to take the leash off Jason Farron for a moment and then sort of say, everybody on the track, just stand back a little bit. We don't know what's going to happen next, but the VL Turbo all the way from Australia is ready to throw down. He said, the louder you go, the bigger the burnout. So I'm going to need you to be loud, Montreal. I'm going to need you to get really loud as Jason Farron sends this car and those tires to the moon. Montreal, you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Jason Farron, it's time you lit those tires up. All right, we're ready. 3, 2, 1, let us send it. Good God, this thing can eat a set of tires.
Let's go, Montreal. You can be louder.
Jason Farron absolutely sending those tires on the main straight. Guys, give it up one more time for Jason Farron from Keep It Read. And if you go to Australia, there's like 1,000 of these guys doing this. So, you know, I'm just going to say I was over there. They're a pretty wild bunch. Jason Farron on the Keep It Read USA Tour. Cerise, it's getting pretty smoky down there, but a lot of fun.
I have had had the pleasure of spending time with Jason as he's been on this tour in America, and it has been nothing but fun. As you can tell, that's kind of what he brings to the function. Now, tell the crowd a little bit about this car and how it's still able to be doing a burnout after all these years.
So yeah, it's a 1986 Holden VL Commodore. It is an Aussie icon back home, so as you could imagine, it's insane for one of these to be over here in Canada. Probably the one of one, and yeah, they come with a Nissan RB30 straight six. It makes 800 horsepower. It runs a 9-second down the quarter mile. This is the car I basically grew up with. I can compare it with like a Fox body Mustang would be like the American equivalent. But yeah, really cool to have it here. I'm glad I didn't blow it up. She's getting a bit hot and putting some cuts in there because it knows that I would just keep going otherwise. But it's awesome to see the crowd out here absolutely geeing up. Yeah!
All right, say it with me. What is she? She's spicy.
Spicy.
All right, now you're from Keep It Reet in Australia. If there's anybody in the crowd that is not familiar with Keep It Reet, what is your vibe? What is Keep It Reet all about?
So Keep It Reet started, we do drift days, keeping drifting off the street and on the track and just pushing like good times, good vibes, no matter what car you got. Just get out there, have fun. We're all here for the same reason of just blazing tires, putting on each other's doors. And yeah, so that's it. Keep It Reet's just all about the good vibes, baby.
And he's got a cool wife and kids too. So shout out to Danny, shout out to the kids for supporting you through all this. Guys, give it up for Jason Farron from Keep It Reet. All right, go out with style.
So Jason Farron from Keep It Reet, coming to America and changing nothing. He just does exactly what he does in Australia. It's just absolutely send it every single run. And this is what our drivers get ready for the finals. A little bit of, I would say, entertainment on track, but absolutely, this thing is crazy. And it's also an automatic, by the way, Jacob. So you got, so you got to put it in one, and then you send it into two, and it does the big burnout. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to. I'm not going to say it's a pretty car by any means, but it is a loud and very smoky one. Montreal, you want to see one more burnout? So it starts with a small burnout, and you think, oh, this isn't very impressive. Not much is happening. And then he goes into two, and then the end of the world happens. Or it breaks down, which is done often as well. So there you go. She's cutting out, guys. One more time, get it for Jason from Keep It Reet, all the way from Australia to Montreal. Who would have called it? In the VL 800 horsepower turbo. Does 9 seconds down the quarter mile. Wow. Not the, I would say, an interesting car. Not the prettiest, but a very sentimental car to all the Aussies, and especially to Jason, who used to cruise around in one of these when he was in his younger days, and then he brought it back and a huge amount of horsepower to make a hugely entertaining car. As we head to our top four is over, our third and fourth and final. So, LZ versus Josiah Falaise for third step on the podium, and then we got the Canadian champion versus the Formula Drift champion, Lemaire versus Denofa, in two of the most mismatched cars I've ever seen in a final of a drift event in my life. But anything can happen, right? Everyone's going to be secretly cheering on from outside Chelsea Denofa because he's in the lowest horsepower car. But everybody here is from Canada, so they want to see Tommy Lemaire do a backflip off the roof of the car at the end. I'm almost turning Canadian, wanting to see the backflip, to be honest. So either way, you're going to have an underdog in a 300 horsepower, the lowest horsepower car on the grid, win the event, or you're going to see a man do a backflip off a roof. So there's no losers here. No. It doesn't matter what happens. Maybe we'll see a backflip and a 300 horsepower. Maybe a backflip off the 300 horsepower car. You don't know what he'll do. It's Tommy Lemaire. Do what he wants. He's a champ. So we got the third and fourth place playoff coming up. Josiah looks like he's ready. LZ getting ready. Montreal, you ready for the finals? They're still ready. Everybody's still ready. Sun setting, not as warm. There's some people that were left in puddles earlier on. They had to kind of freeze them back into action. But we're ready to go. Everybody's going home full of tires, full of tan, because it's been a very, very sunny day. So we are so thankful for everybody who tunes in and to watch these events, because again, they're about fun, they're about smiles on faces, they're about underdog stories, they're about crazy builds, they're everything that the LZ MFG and Drift Games brand represent, which is a little bit of nonsense mixed in with some professionality, which is what this event is all about, trying to have a good time. So we're having a blast, and what I really love about it is we've mixed so many personalities, so many different venues. I mean, we're in the middle of an airport right now, an ex-airport. The entire building we're in is a terminal, ex-terminal. We're in the air traffic control tower. I've never been allowed, well, obviously, I've never been allowed in one of these. Nope. Probably ever again. And if I tried, I'd probably get arrested. So this is the first time I've ever been allowed up, actually invited to be up here. And then we can see all the planes in the background, all the kind of, you know, where they assemble the Boeing planes and stuff. It's so cool. And we've got an amazing car show. We've got an amazing, it's just been an amazing event.
Yeah,
I've had a blast. I'm getting more excited, and now I'm feeling a bit sad because it's going to be over soon. But I'm kind of feeling like we're building to the crescendo. It's going to be a good finish.
What's kind of cool is the party continues on. If you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe to all the people here at this event, because the coverage afterwards is almost better, just because you get to see their perspective, what they went through, all the behind-the-scenes stories. So
you get to see it from so many different perspectives, from inside the car and outside the car, and you're going to see it from definitely Adam LZ and Josiah Falaise on both of their respective channels. And they're warming some tires up now because they're ready to go for it. LZ definitely has the horsepower advantage, but every time I keep saying that, it doesn't mean anything, because Josiah's got all the way here with 400 horsepower. So, I mean, if you spin out like Adam did in the last run, it doesn't really matter what horsepower you are. So you got to be careful. You got to know when to take your risks. And I think this is going to be a very interesting battle.
Yeah, both drivers are incredible. They know how to wheel these cars around. Like you said, the horsepower, it really doesn't matter here. It doesn't matter with this layout, with the tire setup, with everything that's been built for this event. The idea is to equalize everybody. It's cool if you got 900 horsepower, that's fine, but you get somebody like a Chelsea Denofer or a Josiah coming in with sub 400 horsepower, they're still going to kick your butt.
Exactly, and of course, you got Link ECU representing, and Link ECU in both Adam LZ's, it will be in the top 4 cars here. So Link ECU in the top 4 cars, showing that is how you win and stay reliable, is have some Link ECU in there. And also got a big shout out, as we always say, to Griot's Garage, to Tire Streets, and of course to Kansai Wheels, which a lot of the guys are running here as well. Super affordable wheels with incredible style. Now we are ready for the 3rd and 4th place playoff. One of these guys is going to the podium. One of them is not going to the podium and is going to look on a little bit sad. So here we go. 3rd and 4th. LZ to lead in Josiah Falaise. Second last battle of the day. Falaise not taking any chances through the gears into that first corner. LZ right on the wall as he goes through. Falaise now having to cut a little corner and wash a little bit wide. And it looks like LZ's got the pace here. Falaise looks like he's shutting it down. Looks like we got a mechanical error maybe with that BMW. Something went very wrong in the chase position. Gets back on it now. But LZ tapping the door, saying, come for it. And I think Falaise saying, I think this BMW's had enough today. It's had a hard day.
It's been through a lot.
It's been through really quite a bit. And from my perspective right now, it looks like it is going to be a huge advantage to Adam LZ, who hasn't made the podium of an LZ World Tour event in quite some time. So this could be a good weekend for Adam LZ.
It's a lot of redemption. I mean,
a lot of redemption.
A lot on the go, driving a ton this year, more than, I think this might be the most driving he's ever done.
And you got to remember that Adam jumps between different cars in different countries all the time, so not that easy. And again, this is Josiah, again, another car he's not used to driving all the time. So this will be interesting to see which way this one goes. It's for 3rd place on the podium. Both drivers are lining up for the second half of this battle. And here it is, Josiah in the lead. Now, LZ's got the pace, so he's got to think right now, this is my time. I'm going to get that 3rd place trophy. So he's got to go close. And look at this, LZ right with him on the way up. Late initiation from Falaise as he goes right, and LZ is right there. LZ goes to the door, but it's a foul, nearly in the wall. And oh, Josiah shuts it down again. Is there an issue with that BMW? Is there something just cutting out on that corner? Because it looked to me like LZ gained a lot of pace there very quickly.
It might sound silly, but does he have enough fuel in it?
You never know.
It almost looks like the fuel slosh from one side to the other is what's
I'm not sure what happened. I'm sure Cerise will be able to have a word with the drivers as the judges try and look back through that one. But it definitely looked like something was up with the FDF Race Shop E46, and it looked like we had a little bit of contact on that first corner. And Cerise is down there. Cerise, we got to talk to Josiah. What's going on with that BMW?
Yeah, let's see what's going on with these drivers. Josiah, how was your car feeling on that first lap? Were you having any issues?
The clutch is done.
It's gone. Yeah. Okay.
You
so
can hear it.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you can. Ready? So on that first turn here, who would you fault in that situation?
Oh, it was my fault. The clutch is done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go check in with Adam. Adam, we can hear what's going on right now with Josiah's car. He's having some issues. He says his clutch is done.
Did the clutch go bad before or after I hit you?
Oh, it was bad the first lap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we could hear it. It seemed like a little bit of like drama was going down, and then we saw contact. So let's come over with these two gentlemen now. Do you want to come over away from the car?
Oh, man, it was going to be.
All right, so the competition is getting spicy now. We're going to have to see what the judges have to say. You guys are both great drivers at the end of the day. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with mechanical issues. We're not going to fault the driver. Unfortunately, we do have to make a decision. So, judges, how are we feeling?
Yeah, well, this is going to be for third place on the podium. Third place on the podium goes to Adam LZ. Adam LZ gets third place on the podium here in Montreal. And it is going to be all the way to the final. Josiah, unfortunately, the little BMW that could gave up in the finals. The clutch went, and that caused a straighten in the chase and a shutdown in the lead, giving LZ the win. And LZ will be back for the podium. And LZ says to him, do you want to do some twin donuts? And Josiah's like, it's not really up to me. It's up to the BMW, really, at the end of the day.
Well,
so
I think Josiah's going to be
he's going to give it a go. He's giving it a go.
There it is.
One more time, Montreal. Give it up for third place, Adam LZ. And fourth place, Canada's own Josiah Falaise.
I think Josiah will be logging on to drifthq.com, grabbing some new parts, new clutch on the way.
You know what? If you went all the way to fourth place at this event in your spare car and all you needed was a clutch, that's not a bad day.
Not a bad weekend.
And you know what? Well used, that clutch all weekend.
I think he was clutch kicking a
He
few
was
times.
bouncing that clutch all the way around the track. So that means LZ will come back out for the podium in third place. And it leaves us with one more battle remaining. And it is the final. 2 days, and it all comes down to this. The current Canadian champion, Tommy Lemaire, goes up against the current Formula Drift champion, Chelsea Denofa. Montreal, are you ready for the final? Who is going to win it? Chelsea Denofa, the higher qualifier, in the lead position, and it's going to be Tommy Lemaire in the chase position. This one is for all the marbles. Last battle of the weekend, and it is the Ford Fox Body Mustang 4-cylinder, 300 horsepower Chelsea Denofa to take on the 800 plus of Tommy Lemaire. Here we go. Big initiative by Lemaire. He gets a little understeer. Lemaire has a wash to the first corner as Denofa gets on it. Now Lemaire's got to make the move. As they come through, Lemaire fires back but cannot catch the 300 horsepower car. What is happening to drifting right now as Chelsea Denofa leaves Tommy Lemaire in the last corner?
Wow.
Somebody check that he has 300 horsepower in that car, because I am not sure how he's making that work.
I think Chelsea Denofa went and installed the nitrous kit at some point in time, and we've all missed it because the amount of power that he put down, the amount of speed that he had, he started to gap Tommy Lemaire off here, and Tommy, I think, was trying to see how he was going to enter.
But watch this. Watch the wash from Tommy Lemaire. He comes in super hot, and the front wheels go. You can see a little wash, and at that point, he's got to steady the car. And look at this. Not a lot of angle from Denofa in the lead position, but he is collecting the zones. And Lemaire, you would expect with the power he has to get back up in his business, but it looks like that full throttle approach from Chelsea Denofa is tough to deal with for Lemaire. Now, that leaves us with one run. And I mean, we're in a position where we could see, if some miracle happened, the lowest horsepower car to ever win a drift competition, I would imagine, in the last 10 years, would be the 300 horsepower car of Chelsea Denofa. Now Lemaire is in the lead and he's fast. This is not going to be easy for Denofa to stay with Lemaire through this. I would imagine this is going to have to be the run of his life here as Lemaire now sits in the lead position, thinking about how much more proximity he could have had, but he's got to pull out a great lead run here. Lemaire puts it in gear. Denofa starts to roll early as they come down the straight. Denofa on the back bumper of Lemaire as they go into the first corner, and Chelsea Denofa is right there. Chelsea Denofa, not a lot of angle, but right with Tommy Lemaire as Chelsea Denofa now starts to push it through the center section. Could the dream come true as Denofa goes to the door? Chelsea Denofa pushing Tommy Lemaire around the last corner. What have we just witnessed?
What is going on, Dave? We just watched a car with a third of the horsepower almost dominate the current DMCC champion.
I've never seen anything like that in the last 10 years. I've never seen a driver make up for that much deficit in machinery and horsepower. You're talking sequentials and quick changes versus stock parts here. As Chelsea Denofa, he's not on a big amount of angle, but he's doing it to get the proximity, and boy, does he get it.
Chelsea Denofa, this is a master class in drifting. This is every lesson you want to know. This is how you run a car and get close to him. Times it correctly. carefully. Doesn't throw a ton of wheel speed at it, just enough to keep the tires spinning and the car driving in. And look at this. As we near the end of this run, as we near the end of this weekend, Chelsea Denofa putting that white fender into the side of the S15, telling Tommy Lemaire, I'm the champ. This is why I'm the champ. Wow.
That is the most unbelievable finish to an event I've ever seen in 10 years. Cerise, that is what it's all about.
That was insane. You guys, I don't know if you follow drifting by any chance, but I need to remind you that we have Tommy Lemaire, who won the Canadian round last year, against FD's champion last year. So this is huge, okay? I'm gonna go check in with these drivers and see how they're feeling. Gentlemen, the smiles, I think, are universal. That was incredible. You were absolutely on him, all right? Oh, yeah. And you, yeah, what do you have?
I got the door tap. I got the door tap. I need a signature right there, guys. Oh, yeah.
Sign that later? He's gonna sign it later. Fantastic. All right, everybody, this is for the final. This is big time. All right, Chelsea, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good. I felt like my chase was good. It could have been a little bit deeper in spots, but the car was everywhere it needed to be in the lead run, and it is absolutely every single bit it could possibly be right now, and I was overdriving the hell out of it to even keep it in drift to keep up with these guys. So I'm feeling really good, but we'll see how it goes.
I'll let you know that as you were finishing that last run, I was like, that's Chelsea. Without a doubt, that is Chelsea. Tommy, you have done a great job all weekend. I am excited to see what judges have to say. Give it up, guys. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for being here, for supporting us and supporting all these drivers from all across the world. Judges, please, I don't want to say take your time, but make the right call because this is great. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow, I can hear myself. Hey, what's up, guys? All right, cool. Guys, what do you have to say?
Well, it's been an unbelievable finish to this event, taking third step on the podium. Will you give it up one more time for Adam LZ taking third step? He brought the party this weekend. He gets third step and the Kansai Wheel Trophy. Back in business in the LZ World Tour and back with a trophy. But that leaves us with one big decision. And it is for the winner of the Montreal ICAR round of the LZ World Tour. Taking the win. Is Chelsea Denofa! Chelsea Denofa gets the win in the lowest horsepower car on the grid. The scenes are, I've been around this sport for a long time, and I always say I've seen it all. Today, I can honestly say I have never seen anything quite like this. Cerise, you're with Adam LZ in third place. What a finish for him. Cerise, that was a beautiful event and a backflip. Hey! A backflip off the car from Tommy Lemaire. It's everything I wanted it to be, the whole event. Mark, who our photographer, nearly got a backflip to the face there, which was incredible. Cerise, you're with Adam LZ. What an event. He must be so proud of this crowd and his own driving this weekend.
This was so cool to watch. I had my money on Chelsea, I'm not going to lie. I was hoping we'd go up against each other in the finals, but Tommy and Chelsea put on an amazing show. I want to give a massive thank you to all of the partners that helped put this event together. Link ECU, for these amazing trophies that are probably the coolest thing. Gritos for making the best detailing products and sponsoring the car show. And of course, Tire Streets for hooking all these drivers up with the Accelera 651 so we can have the best battles on the planet. And thank you guys for coming out. This was amazing. And should we come back?
Well, there you have it. Adam LZ gets third step. And it's Tommy Lemaire, the backflipping Canadian champion. I hope to see him all over the world from here, doing Canada proud. That kid is going right to the top. Tommy Lemaire takes second place. But the man that's at the top and now staying at the top is Chelsea, the goddamn Nofa in 300 horsepower. Just won the event. Montreal, you have been incredible. Thank you for being with us all throughout the weekend. One more time, Montreal. Make some noise. We will see you guys in the future. Now the LZ World Tour heads to Ireland in a couple of months' time, and I'm telling you, it's going to be good. It's going to be spicy, and we're bringing the best in Europe to that one in September. Jacob, it's been a pleasure having you guys, all our DMCC judges who have been absolutely on point all weekend. It has been a wild ride, and the ride is only beginning. We'll see you guys in September for Stop 3 in Ireland. And from me and Jacob, that's all. Hope you guys had a great time. We'll see you at the next one.
Tires! All the drivers at the LZ World Tour are competing on the Accelera 651 Sport, a 200 tread-wear ultra-high performance tire that's perfect for great battles and good times on and off the track. Not a drifter? Tire Streets also has tires for your grocery getters, trailblazers, and track stars. Tire Streets for the streets and everything in between.
Play me some of that able pimpin', man.
on ECU, internal wideband, throttle control, all the motorsport functions. You can't beat it.
So the Link PDM saved the day.
So the next step was to get this thing on a proper ECU, especially with all the technology that Link has to offer.
Which should give us full communication and full control over all the sensors.
All those features I have thanks to the Link ECU.
That's all he needs. Simple, cheap, easy, works, good ECU, weatherproof.
It's got enough IOs too, like we're doing tons of stuff. Oil, fuel pressure, boost control.
I like it.
Definitely big shout out to Link ECU.
Want your own set of Accelera 651 Sports? Enter to win a set of 4 at TireStreets.com. Last day for entry is May 26, 2024. Only valid in the lower 48 states. Don't want to wait? Use code LZ for 15% off your order today. Only at TireStreets.com.
What's up, guys? Dave from Drift Games here, and I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been supporting us over the last couple of weeks. Just over a month ago, we had the worst day of our lives where our entire HQ and our entire car collection burned to the ground on one fateful night. We thought it was the end of the road, and we would never see events like this again. But thanks to the amazing drift and car community across the world, you guys picked up some merch from our shop and allowed us to keep people in jobs and get back on projects again. We'll never be able to repay you, and this isn't an ad. I just wanted to take this time to say thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, you've kept us going, and we appreciate it for the rest of our lives.